Ladies and gentlemen, I hear the bells, so please be seated. Morning, Andrew. The bells, the bells. Looks like the Strathtyre Community Board is all ready to commence. Are we? Yes. So, Mr. Williams, when you're ready, go for it.
Okay, well, hopefully everyone's read our submissions. I won't waste too much time elaborating on it, but I'd certainly have a bit more time on questions. First thing I'd like to do is invite the Mayor to Middlemarch to one of our meetings one day and meet a few people. And that invitation's also open to all councillors to realise where we live and the extremities of our boundaries. So you're all welcome at any time. If you all come at once, we could have a meeting up there, so like we did a few years ago, Sandy.
Went so well, Barry.
Yes, it did. Okay.
Many of us have been there before.
Some haven't.
Yes.
One of our main concerns is the flooding. It just seems to be taking forever, and I'm not putting all the blame on the Dunedin City Council. I throw most of it on the Regional Council. Guys are shit scared, if I say it right, to touch a creek, and common knowledge and local knowledge would eliminate one hell of a lot of problems we've got. But if we can get you two to work together. The Tyre Gorge, we'd love to set back up there. All the city seems to focus on the cruise ships, but let's throw them on the Tyre Gorge and get it going, and we'll provide whatever's required at the top end for tourism, locals, the whole lot. I did originally suggest that we should be carrying the Dolomite down on the train, but that seems to have gone a wee bit quiet. And the railway precinct, we just want to keep it going, and there's groups at home are keen to use it. So they won't be too keen on renting it, but to preserve it and keep it going. It's the oldest station master's house in New Zealand. So, you know, we just want to see that happening. The destination, well, that comes with that. Safe and consistent water supply. Well, I think everyone's aware of that. Personally, I've got a pretty good supply of my own, and majority of people have, but we're not going to be there forever. Communications, beautification. There's a group at home that are steering that pretty good, but always need assistance. The community hub complex, well, the hall's still going pretty good. Some are keen to see a new hall built, but personally, financially, I'd sooner see a little bit more poked into the hall we've got to retain the size that we've got, which is fantastic. Fold-and-Mar, great to see the trucks on the road, carting dirt up and filling it in, and let the farmer get on with his farming lifestyle without being interrupted by a lot of alternate people and groups. E-vehicles, we've got one charging system there. We would like another one, but like it's sealed and tidied up. It's getting a hell of a lot more use than I ever thought it would. So it's working well that way. Community shed, there's a bit of interest on, we won't call it a bloke shed because we haven't got enough up there, but community shed. They've got a site sorted out, but it's just to find somebody to lead it. Recycling, support of any recycling, and carbon zero. Fire away with questions, please. Oh, the other thing that we didn't have in a submission, but our swimming pool's been operated by a small group up there, and it's very, very good, but like all pools, and I probably don't need to tell you, they're all short of money. Excuse me, they've got it heated this year. It's been running about 28, 29 degrees for the season and getting a hell of a lot of use, and by quite a few people that are needing rehabilitation, so they can go there rather than have to 140 odd k's to town to try and get a pool. So that's questions.
Just one thing, Barry, just wondering about Ford Mar. There's a bit of a misconception that we're going to fill it in or something. We're just grassing it.
Yes.
Yep, it's okay.
I'm just going to clarify, Barry, because we're not filling in Fildermar, we're simply regrassing the flat area to give effect to the consent to stop the dust issues.
Very good.
I know.
Very good. Councillor Walker has a question.
Didn't stop.
This one will work. Yep. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Barry, just thanks for this submission. It's all very clear. In terms of the e-vehicles, well, I think we've got one. We've got one. I can just shout at you here. In terms of the request for a charger at Hyde, I think it was, how critical is that, and what sort of numbers is that request based on?
I think it's just trying to
press your button.
It's trying to just have that link to go right through, I think, Steve, to be fair. And the community, some of the community want one up there just because then they can feed if they're Palmerston through Macrae's to Hyde and carry on.
Is it, I mean, a lot of these charges are put in because it's just not community, it's actually travellers. So it's not just a request on behalf of the community, it's people who want to travel using that route.
More so travellers. I'm actually not aware of very many EV vehicles locally. It's the travellers, tourists and holiday makers.
Yes. Mr. Williams, do you have any data on usage of the charger at the moment?
No, I haven't. I live pretty close and see queued up there quite a bit to use it, utilise it. It's worked out very well. They can plug it in and go down the road to the CAF or things like that. So, and a few tend to like to walk their dogs in the domain, which does bug me a wee bit.
Very good. Deputy Mayor Barker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's a number of tourism-related requests in your submission, and I just want to ask whether you've had any engagement with the destination plan. This has been a process that's been going on for the last couple of years, and I wonder whether the community board has been able to feedback through their aspirations through that plan.
Jinxed it. No, not directly by myself. There's one or two showing a bit of interest in it, but yeah, everyone will be aware that we did have the singles dance there, and when the train stopped, it stuffed that. Tried buses, but it didn't work. So, and COVID hasn't helped any of us or anything. So.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the effects of COVID, because Middlemarch was sort of a bit of a little tourism hub, and I just wondered about the effects of COVID on the tourism there.
Yeah, it's probably affect us, probably not quite as much because we're a rural farming community and they had to keep working. So, but it did affect the CAFs and the accommodations and the rail trail for a while, and of course no train affects us even more.
And you're a big supporter of getting the train back up to Middlemarch, is that correct?
Absolutely, have been all along. I just see that the tram cars up High Street, let it go and then trying hard to get it back. Once it was lifted, I'd say we're shot. You get people are talking about, rail trail, cycleway. You would get them there, they'd tell you how good it was, then they'd somebody get blown off the viaduct and you'd have to spend millions putting a cover on that. So let's keep the trains there.
Councillor Witherall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Barry, for your submission today. Folden Mar, you made a few comments in regards to getting it filled in, or it's just been explained that it's going to be grassed over. What does your community board would like to see in regards to going forward with Folden Mar for your district?
Well, I'd say it's divided. I've been there all my life, and I've seen 4 operators operate there, and 3 of them have gone belly up. I hark back to when Featherston Resources had it, that the council were right behind it, sealed the road up towards Folden Hill, and the following year or 2 years later they were going to seal it up past the gate. They fell over, the new operator came in, and councils tend to have a complete turnaround and not that supportive of it. Some of the would like to see it still operated by the vast in that, but when I was at school, that's not yesterday, we had samples come there, and if it's not going to be able to be used, how are they going to know what's under there? Like, we had plugs from the drill sites that had all the reptiles and everything else on it. Great. And the ones that are making the most noise obviously aren't putting much money towards it. And I feel for the landowner. It's landlocked, as the road goes there, but he owns the ground between it. So, and I don't blame him if he gets hard-nosed and tells them to run away or cycle away.
Thank you for your submission. I think we seem to be done with questions. That was always very insightful. And thank you, Mr. Williams.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity, and wish you well for the rest of the day, and we'll catch up. But Jules, there's an invitation to come up and have a look any stage. We've got a meeting on the 10th.
Oh, yes. One of these days I'll be up.
Right.
There's a commitment.
Okay, thank you very much.
So, yes, thank you very much for coming early, Mr. Brown. Take your submission now, if that's all right.
Okay, good morning, and as I said to some of you last year, I don't envy your job. Like, you've got us ratepayers saying we don't want any great rate increases. You've got a whole lot of locked-in expenditure that you have to meet, and then people like me turn up asking for more money out of that bottomless pit, that bottomless bucket, and of course you can't. But what I would ask is that you prioritise out of where there is discretion, after all the locked-in costs, to do more around facilitating the people being able to ride their bikes off-road. And in particular, and in my submission, I've focused on the first stage of building a cycleway that connects Mosgiel to Waihola. So just talking about the big picture first, we've done a feasibility study and worked out how we can connect Mosgiel to Waihola and the Clutha Gold Trail so that people can safely come off Clutha Gold Trail and continue through into the tunnel and eventually into Dunedin without the need for them to ride across or on State Highway 1 or State Highway 87. And so one of the motivations we had was safety around trying to keep people off those public roads. Second motivation we had was around encouraging the cycle tourism market that a lot of you are already aware of in terms of its value once you actually have sufficient there to attract people. And the third is to provide an asset for local community for both recreation and commuting. And so coming back to the first stage, which is the commuting and recreation option between Mosgiel and Outram, we have the plan. We know it's going to cost us about probably 3.9 mil to build that section, and but we can't get started until we actually even have some working capital funds to do some work. And so we work under the umbrella of the Dunedin Network Trails Trust. Lindsay Day, I think he was going to be talking to you later on today. So we rely on those guys who are looking at the bigger plan picture to work out and help work with you guys on priorities and that. But all I just want to reinforce, which you've heard me on before, which is cycle tourism with e-bikes is making, or cycling with e-bikes is just growing and growing and growing and growing. And we have the ability to actually put a trail in place on the Taieri that once we get it in place will be incredibly well used. That's me.
Very good. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Smith. Thank you, Colin, yet again for coming in. 2 questions. First off, the feasibility study that was done, was that commissioned by the Taieri Cycle Trail Group, and the 3.9 million in that, how long ago was that cost estimate? When did that appear?
That's hot off the press. So we just released the report to MIMBY, and we've just circulated back to the regional council, and people were talking to in terms of it. So hopefully less than that, but you know, inflation and all those other costs.
Yeah, hence question. So a follow-up question: can we be party to looking at that feasibility study? Is that something you would be happy to do?
Yes, absolutely. So, but the person that asked for that would be Lindsay Day. But yeah, it's like we've already given it to one of the regional councillors and Michelle Mifflin, who's head of engineering, and it's a public document.
And final question: considering this is in essence a budgeting process, just so I'm clear from your submission, you're not only highlighting what's going on, but are you asking us, and I've written it here, for some sort of funds to begin this? I'm not sure what you're asking for financially.
Yes, we are. And so 3.9 mil, we wouldn't expect you to come up with quite the lot. Look, it's just what you can put in place, given that we're not the only group looking for support around cycling. So I'm not going to name a figure. I'll leave Lindsay Day to hopefully work with your executive on this if we can get approval for it.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I noticed on your map you're crossing the Taieri, so does that require a new bridge, or is there a structure there?
No, it requires a new bridge. So the total trail will have 3 bridges, one across the Taieri at what they call the chute, which will be about 95 metres across, one across the Waikouaiti River just upstream from the road and rail bridges there coming off the wetlands. That'll be about 120, 130 metres across. And then there's one at where the contour channel comes into Lake Waikouaiti. So, yeah, it'll be a suspension bridge across there. And then we come actually up the bank of the Taieri River on a concrete trail all the way to Outram, which will be a fantastic asset. We had hoped to come along the flood bank because it'd be an awful lot cheaper, but there are several landowners in there that are very, very resistant to having cyclists looking down on their farms, and we understand where they're coming from in terms of the problems it creates with the MPI complaints and things like that, even if they're unwarranted. So we'll drop down and put a trail right above, just on the riverbank itself. It'll be a great asset to everybody. As someone said to me the other day, even someone in a wheelchair will be able to go down and go fishing. But
Right. Councillor Lucas.
Thanks, Colin. Is the 3.9 million, is that for the Mosgiel to Outram League? And then when do you hope to start? Obviously funding is an issue, but when are you hoping to start on it?
I would start as soon as we've actually gone through. The next step is to actually get through the consents process, get the bridge designed so we can get the resource consent for the bridges, get the legal easements in place with all of the affected landowners. As soon as we've got that in place, we'd then be looking to raise the funds to start building it, and then come in behind with the stage from Waihola to the Taieri, and then eventually across the Taieri. Total project was going to be a shade under $12 million, which was a shitload of money actually, but more than I was hoping. But anyway, that's what they seem to cost.
Yeah, well, I have to ask, 3.9 just to Outram seems like quite a lot. But is that because you can't use any stop banks?
Yes, so it's that, yeah, like there's the cost of the bridge, And like our first thought was to actually go up alongside Riverside Road and a clip-on across State Highway 87 bridge at Outram. That's logical. It's actually more expensive because a clip-on is almost as expensive as a suspension bridge by itself. And that Outram Bridge is so long that the bridge across there is twice as expensive as coming across the chute off the end of Lindsay Road. And then, and then concrete all the way from there to Outram is also expensive.
Why are you going for concrete, and how much is the bridge itself?
The bridge itself will be about $600,000. The reason we're going to concrete is because we're down where it gets flooded a couple of times a year, and silt and gravel don't mix when you come to cycle trails. You have to have, basically, they clog up, grow grass, so you have to go concrete. Yes, it's expensive, but but it's the cheapest way we can do it and achieve an off-road trail. And just to comment, I know time's up, but we will be using some roads on the Taieri Plain itself, but the feedback we got from from a lot of people is Outram to Mosgiel, they wanted it off-road so the kids could safely ride to the swimming pool, or Mosgiel kids could hop on their bikes at 15, 16-year-olds after school and go to Outram Glen and things like that. So very strong message. We had to stay off-road getting there, and that has added obviously quite a cost.
Well, that's great. Any other questions? I think we're done. Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. It's good to see the map. Yes. Yes, yes. So, our next speaker is at 9:40 and not here yet, so I move we take an adjournment of 15 minutes. Give it to Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye. There we go. As soon as everyone's taken their seats. And just before we start, I'd just like to note, I just need to give someone an elbow. I'd just like to note that we have an apology from Councillor Gary, who's ill today. We did have an apology from Carmen, who was late today, and an apology from Councillor Fiso, who's popping out at 10 o'clock for a couple of hours today. So we shall resume our submissions and welcome Ms. Francesca Griffin to the chair.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, councillors and staff that are here for organising all of this and giving us all the opportunity to submit and come chat to you if we felt like it. I felt like it. Okay, so I'm hopeful that you've got my submission in front of you and you've read it, that sort of thing, because I haven't got a copy of it, but I kind of know what I was saying. So basically, the music community, your music community, our music community has been asking for what I'm going to ask for 30 years now, and it would be absolute magic if it actually happened this time. I'm aware that council is working with Save Dunedin live music, and I'm on the periphery of that. I just want to ask council to keep on with that process with Save Dunedin live music and keep us, the wider community, in the loop. I'm assuming it could be via updates on the front page of the website. That would be awesome. And of course the big thing is the planning for noise. And I understand there are some variation 3G. 3 to the 2GP, I just love all these acronyms. Later in the year, and you'll see me again there. It's time to that we all paid attention to this, specifically new buildings that aren't sufficiently insulated for noise. I'm not just talking about music, I'm talking about any kind of noise in general. But of course, music is most important to me, and you can all see that I've got a Crown Hotel t-shirt on today, and it would be marvellous if something could happen with that developer next door. I know that it's a big ask, but you never know. You don't ask, you don't get. The other thing that was in my submission was mentioning practice spaces. When I first started playing music here in Dunedin, our band had a practice room underneath the EMI shop. And we eventually moved out of there to a council-owned space in Moray Place. Our rent was, I don't know, it was an envelope of coins that I would take to council once a month, and that was our rent. I think it was, I don't know, $32 a month or something. But we went to council, into council, and asked for a space, and they went, sure, here you go. And of course, we'd never had any trouble because nobody was living around there. And now there's people everywhere, and there's no spaces for young bands to practice. And we've got some amazing bands in this city that need wider support than just the door take. And often the door take is koha, which is $1 or $2, and it's not enough to pay for a practice room. It's not enough to buy gear. It's not enough to travel. Yada, yada, yada. I think that's me. If anybody's got any questions, more than happy to answer them.
Councillor Walker, here's one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Francisco. The first submission I've ever read that mentions "Look Blue, Go Purple." There's been quite a lot of people, obviously, submitting on behalf of Save Dunedin Live Music, and the question I've asked a couple, and I'll ask you, is, with the imminent arrival on our desks of the Live Music Action Plan, best case scenario, what would be the main things you'd like to see in that piece of work?
I don't know if noise mitigation will probably come into that, and as I said before, retro asking developers to before, because they haven't started building yet, so maybe they could be convinced because I mean, maybe they could be convinced. I think that it's really important to perhaps work with the university to organise practice spaces for younger bands. Like I said in my submission, I've got one at home, so I'm lucky, and I've got extremely tolerant neighbours. I take them biscuits. What else would I like to see? Just the acknowledgement that music, as any other arts in this city, is vital to this city. You know, yada blada, Dunedin sound, you know, which really annoys the young ones, which is, I understand that completely, because, you know, us old crusties get all the kudos and they don't get anything. So, yeah.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Francisca, you mentioned variation 3 of the district plan. I haven't seen the full list on it, but there's a possibility that the noise ordinance is not actually on variation 3, and have been basically saying.
No, when you press the button,
sorry.
it kills everyone else's microphone.
No, it only took us about 6 months to get our head around it too. They were asking that they want some affirmation in a specifically written form that there will be a variation in the district plan where this will be done, and so that they can actually target that variation. Would you be looking for that level of statement?
Absolutely, absolutely, because like I said at the beginning of my submission, we've been asking for things, your music community, Lee can attest to this, we've been asking for this for so long, and it has never happened, and it is time for it to happen.
Great.
So yes, I will.
And then the next one is, you touched on practice spaces. It seems that around the world, as inner city development has occurred in every city trying to get inner city development, there's been a loss of that very venue space, that's practice space. And are you saying that really the only mechanism now to get that and have them in the right places is an institution of size like the university or the council or something like that has to start getting involved as well?
Yes, Jim, that's exactly what I'm saying. Our university, our council, it's time that we recognised that. We recognised our 15-year-olds that need somewhere to practice so that they can become, I don't want to say it, I won't say it, so they can become Del Kerrigan, for example, who are an up-and-coming incredible band who are just, they're going to go worldwide. It's going to happen if they want to, that is. So, yeah.
Great, thank you. We're going to run out of time for questions. Councillor Eklund.
Thank you. Again, just on practice spaces, I remember in the 80s...
no stories.
No, this is not a story. This is just painting the picture, and this time it has to be done. Vogel Street had a number of buildings that bands were, and lots of bands were using as practice spaces, and yes, they were affordable. The buildings were run down. They weren't in very good shape. They've all been redone now, of course, and they've been turned into for other uses. But again, as Councillor O'Malley was asking, what is it that needs to be done to create these practice spaces? Because they used to be such that they were privately owned in buildings that they could have the rent low. That's obviously not an option now, and certainly in the centre city, it's not an option in relation to the noise that it makes. So what are the alternatives?
Bill, Councillor Ackland, to be honest, that's not something I've given thought to. Save Dunedin Live Music will have some ideas there. It would be great if our developers built something in where they could, where council could subsidise. I'm not asking council to subsidise, but, you know, something. Yeah, I just was asking. Some other ideas is to support people like Save Dunedin Live, or a collective that starts up, like we had Chippendale House all those years ago, which was supported by council. So yeah, sorry, I have got no specific ideas, just it needs to be done, and there's lots of us in on this, and I just wanted to put my 5 cents in.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan quickly, and then Councillor Mayhem. Okay, so now we'll move over to Councillor Mayhem, and you can come back.
Thank you so much, Mr Mayor, Francisca, for coming along today. I just wondered, in relation to the Crown, are you aware there's some new building code come out that says, and this could be helpful, 3 times the amount of insulation now in all new buildings. So while it isn't a formalised sound reduction, it's going to work, and I hope to benefit the Crown situation.
I was not aware of that, Councillor Mayhem. Thanks for that. That's good to know. And it, like I said, keep saying, it's time. It's about time all of this happened and we all recognised each other, not just the music community.
Okay, and that is time. Thank you very much, Ms Griffin. And just for future notes, if submitters, as you indeed were, Francesca, brief, then the extra time of the 10 minutes can be taken up with questions, which is what just happened. So, thank you.
Thank you.
And I now call our next submitter, Ms Heidi Hayward from Dunedin North Intermediate.
Kia ora. Thank you for having me this morning. Firstly, I just want to acknowledge Council for getting the ball rolling last time I came 2 years ago, because you took a step, the Ministry of Education took a step, and I appreciate that this is not necessarily core Council business in the first instance, although since then we have an aquatic plan that maybe makes it more Council business. But I'm not going to talk to the report because it's all there. I'm really just here to answer questions and ask you to take another step.
Questions? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Heidi, for this submission. Just so I'm clear, and as I point out to many people, this is a budgeting process we go through, and excuse me, my numbers are wrong. So previously it was 187,000, and reading a submission I've written, and now it's 650, is that right?
650 in the worst case scenario, and if the Lion Foundation come through, 440.
Well, I commend you for your written submission because it does make the figures and the facts clear, you know, startling as they are. And we have another question, Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Kia ora. Have the Ministry of Education come forward with any money for this or not?
Yes and no. So last time they matched council, and I think the resolution could be written like that it relied on the ministry to come forward. It sounds ridiculous that the council are wagging the tail of the ministry, but nonetheless that's what happened last time. You came forward and the ministry looked silly and stepped up.
Councillor Walker.
Sorry, and another question about money. The submission says that the most recent tender is, for argument, 1.5 million. When was that tender, and should we and you be cognizant of the fact that we're in very constrained fiscal times?
Yes, that was at the end of last year, that last tender, and we do think that's worst case scenario. Of course, we have to go back out to tender again but this is the trouble we keep having, is that we're never in a position that we can move, so everything keeps changing on us every time. So that's why we've got that range in there, so that in the absolute worst case scenario, you know what you're buying into and the ministry knows what they're buying into, and we hope it will be less because we've got these other applications going. There is money coming in, and we keep Mercy Hospital, for instance, have just pledged a significant donation. So the momentum is there, but we're just constantly stuck by getting a bit and then everything changing and not having enough to proceed.
And the motivation for Mercy to give you money?
I guess it's less deaths.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Ms Hayward. Lovely to see you. In your stats here, you've said that there is 885 school students who use the pool, but is that the role of D&I, or is that just the other schools that are using the pool?
sorry, just muted you. That does not include D&I because we use Moana pool. The pool's too shallow for our age students. So that's all of the contributing schools. That's the irony. I'm arguing for a pool that I don't use.
What is the current role at D&I?
300.
Well, that covers the questions. I don't see any more. So, look, thank you very much for your submission.
Pleasure.
Next, we have Mr. David Bainbridge-Zavar. Thank you for arriving early.
Kia ora, Mr. Mayor, kia ora, councillors. Thank you for inviting me to speak with you today. I'm going to be talking about free buses again. Hopefully you'll remember that I spoke on this subject last year. I'm not going to repeat myself. I think the benefits of free buses for everyone are many and varied. And I actually think it's inevitable. I think we've seen a bit of a sea change over the last kind of year. Otago Regional Council recently looked into free buses for certain groups of people. The Green Party have included it as a manifesto pledge for the next election. So I think it will happen in the next 10, 20 years that there will be free buses everywhere. But I think there's great benefit of going first, and that's what I would like Dunedin to do. I think if we look at our friends in the south, Mayor Sir Tim Shadbolt had great success in pushing for free fees at SIT, and even though other places followed suit, Invercargill was the free fees place, and I would like Dunedin to go first and be the free bus place. I'm aware, of course, that Otago Regional Council are responsible for the buses, not Dunedin City Council, but I'm not overly concerned by free buses throughout Otago. I'm not just looking for a free Central City loop bus, I'm looking for free buses to Portobello, free buses to Port Chalmers, free buses everywhere in Dunedin for everyone. And just because Dunedin City Council doesn't run the buses, doesn't mean they can't fund the buses. So what I would like Council to consider is spending the next few months working with the Regional Council to find out exactly what it would cost to make the buses free for everyone in Dunedin, and then consider including that amount in next year's long-term plan as an option for consultation. I think it's a fantastic idea, but do the rest of the people of Dunedin think it's a good idea? That's what I would like to see in the long-term plan, a consultation question along the lines of, you know, do you support a 0.2% or 0.3% rates rise, whatever the cost may be, to fund free buses for everyone in Dunedin all the time? So that's what I'm asking for today. Thank you.
Very good. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you, Mr. Bainbridge-Zavar. I hear you, and I'm fairly close to you on that. If it's between 4 and 6 million, though, it'll be around about a 4% rates increase. But so I'm just reiterating it, but it's simply clarifying. You're asking for this really to come up in the LTP consultation document, so it's definitely consulted on by the public, so we know what the public opinion is.
Correct, yes.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Bainbridge-Zavar, and for returning. 2 questions. Is there any reason why we don't pressure the ORC to have it as one of their consultation items in their long-term plan, and they take the financial burden?
It's an option, I guess, but I'm not looking at all of Otago, I'm looking at Dunedin, and certainly that's what I would like Council to spend the next few months doing, is working with Otago Regional Council to see could there be a fund sharing model there, but I expect there to be a burden on Dunedin's ratepayers because it's free buses in Dunedin that I'm looking at.
And would you alluded to the fact that the government's direction may be looking to give free bus travel to under 25 students, blah, blah, blah. Would there be value in us working through that process first? So starting with that group, because many probably don't disagree that ultimately it might happen anyway. Is that a better way to make it happen ultimately, strategically?
I guess that's something to consider. Like I say, I think it will happen eventually anyway. But I see great benefit in Dunedin going first and being the free bus city, and it would attract, I think, visitors from Hamilton, Nelson, wherever, go for a long weekend in Dunedin. I don't need to rent a car, I don't need to pay for taxis because I know the buses are free. I think it would attract more students to the university, which we desperately need, because they know they don't need to worry about travelling around the city because all the buses are free for everyone. I think it would be great for it to be everybody rather than specific groups of people.
And final question, it touches on what Councillor Melly asked. Do you think it's politically justified for us next year to go out to the public in an extremely fiscally constrained time to propose a 4% increase in the context of a plethora of other organisations and groups who will be asking us for money?
I do, because I think the burden of paying for the buses falls on those that can least afford it. When I talked last time, I mentioned that I don't use the buses, and I still wouldn't if they're free, but I'm happy to pay for it. Generally, ratepayers are those that have more, they own property, and those that have least, that don't own property, are often most reliant on the buses and are often the ones that can least afford it. As some of you know, I now work in the healthcare, building the hospital. Appreciate your support on asking for extra funding for that, by the way. That makes my job a lot easier. But we see people who are really struggling for healthcare unable to afford, $1 fare to reach a doctor's appointment. So yes, I appreciate it's constrained financial times, but where does that burden of cost sit?
Thank you. Councillor Melly?
Yeah, thanks again, Mr Mayor. Given that the Minister of Transport just took us off the VKT list, I don't know how much help we'll get there because we apparently don't give enough bang for our buck. But would you also want to have in the economic model potentially not necessarily an increase in rates, but a shifting in spending maybe off road maintenance and road repair? I mean, if we are to believe in the relationship between public transport and road damage, we're supposed to believe that if you get more people on public transport, you get less road damage. So in this model, if it does get written, would you like to see like a component that says if we funded it straight up and another component that says if we moved funds around, what would we need to add in?
Yeah, my hope would be that if you approached Otago Regional Council and asked them for some funding support, if you approached Waikouaiti and asked them for some funding support, they may well be willing to fund a trial partially, and have a cost share model. My hope would be that because the benefits are so many and so varied, the cost wouldn't fall solely on Dunedin City Council, but it's for Dunedin City, so I believe it's for Dunedin City Council to lead the way.
Thank you. Councillor Hulan?
Well, of course, we don't run the buses. You're aware of that, David. Is that correct?
Yep, as I said, you don't need to run them to help fund them.
Why aren't you approaching ORC on this?
I have done, but as I said, I'm looking at buses being free in Dunedin City, not throughout the Otago region.
Well, they could solely target Dunedin if they wanted to.
They could do, but I think the goals and aims and strategies of the two organisations are different, and I think the benefits of free buses in Dunedin more closely align the strategies and goals that Dunedin City have. Things like being net carbon zero by 2030, the four well-beings that the council is responsible for. I think free buses really align with the goals of Dunedin City Council.
Do you use the buses? No. Okay. I had a conversation in one of our last meetings with the president of Grey Power, who came and spoke here, and she said if our rates increase, she thinks they might have to sell her home. Are you happy for, people to have that cost burden to get free buses?
Should save $400 on a year on buses.
Yeah, as I said earlier, it's where that cost burden sits. I think at the moment the people that can least afford the buses are being charged to use them, whereas the people that own property and potentially have the most and maybe don't use the buses, like myself, should pay for them because they're a benefit to all of us, whether we use them or not.
Thank you. If it's a rates increase, everybody who's paying rates pays for it. Thank you.
So, thank you, Mr. Savard. We appear to have exhausted questions. So thank you very much for your submission, and good to see you again. Yes, and now we have a map coming, a photograph coming around, and Mr. Paul Munro to talk to us about Aramoana.
Kia ora tātou, ko paura aho. My name's Paul Munro and I'm here on behalf of the Aramoana League, a non-for-profit community-based group of 134 financial members, and our concern is the devastating erosion that's happening down at the Aramoana Spit. With reference to looking after what we've got, the catchphrase for the annual plan and what have you, and with reference to Tauroni, if I can just read out quickly, the Port Otago Limited completed works in late 22, including 3 rock groins intended to stabilise erosion at Tauroni Beach. I also have here the resource management application. It says the purpose of the application was for restoring Tauroni Beach and preventing further erosion. January the 12th in the ODT, the CEO of Port Otago publicly stated that not that they were entirely to blame, but they were partially to blame because of the capital works dredging, the widening of the channel and the ever-increasing ships. So that's where we're at. So with my little spiel that I sent out to you electronically, I don't know whether you've got it in front of you, but Dunedin City representing itself as the wildlife capital of New Zealand, one would have thought that the Aramoana Ecological Area, which is an area of significant conservation value under the district plan, would be high on the priorities of trying to look after. So the first page of this Wagon Bay breakthrough is imminent. So that's the ecological area for those that don't know it, and the sand spit is in behind there is Wagon Bay. So if we go over to the second page, Wagon Bay, this is the erosion that's happening. It's pretty clear to see. We go over to the following page. This is from the other angle, this is the backwash. My estimate, in the last 5 years we've lost up to 10 or 11 metres. Port Otago, of course, got their own studies and they believe it's 5 to 7. What's not debatable is that it's eroding at an alarming rate. If we get over to the next page, that's the original design of the Aramoana Long Mac Groin. The Long Mac Groin is a series of the north to south groin, 2 sub-groins and a secondary groin. Remarkably similar design to Tauroni Beach. So in 1904, the sand spit, for anybody that wants to know, wasn't there. It was just a group of sand flats. There was a secondary channel that the Port Otago or Otago Harbour Board in those days were deciding about whether they were going to come up through the middle of the ecological area or the channel that they've now chosen. The mole was built in 1884. Part of that was that the sand started to build up and push along those flats. They started to build up, and the sand was entering the channel. So in 1904, the rubble wall was constructed. I've highlighted it there so not to bore you with it, but the bottom line was that the groin was built to stop the sand entering the channel to assist with the scouring of the channel. It was collecting both wave-borne sand and wind-borne sand. And as stated here, it says the accumulated sands rose above the high level watermark, catching sand fences were then added. The level of 6 foot above high watermark marram grass was grown. So where once 10 foot of water flowed, the groins had worked so well that there was now 6 foot of water. So if we turn over to the next page, page 6, another report following on, 1913, the groins had worked so well, the dunes had built up to such a degree that Otago Harbour Board have now built the historic heritage pilot houses on the spit. Once again, it said otherwise that would have been wind or waterborne into the harbour with the detriment to the maintenance of the channel. So the groins have not only protected the ecological area, they've also increased the channel works and cut costs for Port Otago. So I cannot understand why the maintenance has been delayed. So it clearly states within their own reports, all this has come from their reports. The next page is just to show how they've delineated the Longmac system, the Longmac secondary groin, sub-groins, the harbour. This is all Port Otago's reports. The next page, page 8, shows you that the dumping of the sand and all the rest of it, but that was generally the action of the sand was coming along because of the mole installation, and the sand was coming round and entering the channel. So the Longmac groin was installed and the sand was captured. So the spit, as you see it there, is basically a human-made spit. It's not a natural-made spit. So that leaves us to the conclusion. Well, the reports from Port Otago have only basically been focused on the spoil drift from what their resource consent is at the moment, and not specific to erosion. There's no information on the whole groin system being maintained back to its original height, which we believe is a stipulation in the resource consent, but we don't really want to go there. What we would like is we'd like for all parties to see the common sense approach of working together to maintain existing groins. They're not new groins, they're existing groins that have worked. It's stated in their own reports that they've worked. Port Otago has a social licence to operate in the harbour, but it's not open-ended, and they have a duty of care.
Thank you.
Right.
So, did I hear you say a resource consent? Do these groins have a resource consent?
The capital works that were carried out for the dredging of the channel have got resource consent stipulations that are including the operation of Longmac and its effect on the sand tip and the ecological area. The wee bit of paper that you've got in front of you, so the two sub-groins, the secondary groin and the groin in its entirety, were originally at the high water mark. Blind Freddy could see that now the erosion caused by the backwash, which is coming north and south from both directions, which is washing away the dunes. They've added protection to the ecological area. It seems to have exponentially got worse from 2003 onwards, when the first round of dredging, and now with the last round of dredging. So the groins would protect the dunes then protect the ecological area, and in 100 years' time people will look back and say, well,
yep,
we were good.
Back to my original question.
Yep.
Is there a specific resource consent for these groins? Do you have the paperwork?
We've got the resource consent. The Longmac groin comes under the dredging 2DGP resource consent stipulations, that it was to be studied to its original state, but yes, it's covered under the dredging. So what we're saying is that the resource consent needs to be investigated.
Right. So, yeah, so there's a wee contradiction there. Either it's got a resource consent or it hasn't.
No, sorry. The groins are existing. There is no consent for their maintenance at the moment, no.
Right. And so, being the harbour, surely it would be responsibility of the ORC and Port Otago.
The ORC and the Port Otago, who we clearly see as Port Otago as the owner of the assets, and as ORC own Port Otago, and they provide the consents, then yes, we believe that they're basically responsible.
Right. So you're coming to us for the purposes of information, to supply us with information, or do you have some particular request?
Well, I would like that for everybody to work together. It seemed to work well at Taroney, where the DCC, I understand that was land that you own. So, but basically I'd like common sense to prevail. I'd like a delegation from the council to at least be concerned enough to come and look firsthand at the erosion, and then be able to possibly apply pressure where possible.
Very good. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Paul. Thanks for your mahi on this. Two questions. Firstly, in the context of the Mayor's question around the connective tissue that is Port Otago and the ORC, the question is, when did the erosion seem to begin? And that question obviously is related, did it begin because of the increased dredging to widen the channel?
Yes, it's exponentially...
Pressure.
Whoops. It's exponentially increased ever since the widening of the channel, the capital works that have been carried out at an alarming rate. So with respect to Roni, the same forces were applied there as what we're having on our side. We just need mitigation against that erosion.
Thank you. And second question is, I'm getting the sense that A, you would have spoken to the ORC, or tried to have conversations with them and or Port Otago. Am I sensing that there's been some breakdown in the conversations in terms of a way to go to move forward?
We've had meetings. This has been a 30-year ongoing struggle. This is not a new thing. This is not just this is 30 years documented from the Aotearoa League, which has been trying to get the groins maintained. We've met with Port Otago, and subsequently we were told at that meeting 2 weeks ago that Tauroni Beach was nothing to do with erosion. It had nothing to do with erosion, categorically stated it was nothing to do with erosion, it was replenishment. Port Otago have pushed us to try and get DOC to provide the consents. We don't believe it's their duty to provide the consent. We believe that it's Port Otago. They own the assets via ORC to provide the necessary consents. So if the groins were maintained, they're not brand new shiny groins, they're existing. So yes, the Port Otago don't seem to be overly interested in maintaining. They've offered to pump sand as long as we got the consent from... They also stated at the meeting that there's been no erosion monitoring specific to that location. And we asked why, and we were told that if we paid for it, they'd provide it. So, yes.
And finally, you know I know this area well, but would you be willing to meet any of the councillors down there on site?
Absolutely. Oh, push button. Absolutely, we'd be happy to meet. It would be wonderful for people to give a care. Yes.
Very good. Councillor Mayhem?
Thanks, Paul. How long have you lived at Aramoana?
Our family's had a crib there and I've lived there.
Button.
Button. Push the button. That's what my wife tells me I do. I push her buttons. I've lived in my whole life at Aramoana for the last 7 years, but we've had a holiday home, a crib, for the last 70.
For some strange reason, I have inherited the Save Aramoana flag, and your T-shirt reminded me. Yeah. And I just think, I don't know why I have it, and I wondered, and I'm saying this to remind you next time, would you like to be the carer of the flag?
That would be wonderful, Mandy.
Have you got a flagpole?
Yes.
All right, I'll talk to you about...
The Aramoana flag, the independent state, the flag can be purchased via the League.
I think this
is original hand-embroidered version.
From aluminium smelter days, I would think. Yes. Anyway, look, thank you very much for your submission. On that note, on the Save Aramoana flag note, we're done. I see no further questions. Thank you very much for your submission.
You would think that after all saving Aramoana that we're back to where we started, which we don't want to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
And further to that note, I move that we adjourn for morning tea until 10:40. So, seconded, Deputy Mayor Barker. All those in favour say aye. Against? Agreed. There we go. Maybe a cup of coffee. Mr. Ben Hogan to the chair. And for those that want to have a paper copy, there is a beautiful document from the Dunedin Gymnastics Academy. So, you're all set, Mr. Hogan? Take it away.
Thank you very much. Kia ora, Your Worship. Kia ora koutou councillors. Firstly, I have to declare my interest here. I am a council employee, but I come to you acting as a volunteer for DGA on a facilities subcommittee. So my goal is to find DGA a new venue. So I would like to introduce our General Manager, Rod Bannister, who's going to kick off.
Kia ora, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Rod Bannister. I'm the General Manager of the Dunedin Gymnastics Academy. The main reason we're here today is to ask the council to partner us in a new facility build, not only for DGA but for the wider community as well. Currently we have two dwellings. One is at 256B Vogel Street and one is at 6 Otaki Street. And the major challenges we have with both of these dwellings are that in the winter they flood, they leak, they're extortionately cold, and as recently as yesterday we had a power outage, so for the kids that attend our programs we had to cancel those for the day. In the summer they're the polar opposite, so they're extortionately hot and extremely uncomfortable for everyone that attends. We're known as the biggest not-for-profit sporting club south of Christchurch, with approximately 710 to 720 kids that take part in our programs year-round. And the age of those kids are between the years of 2 to 18 years of age. I'll now hand you over to Ben to sort of complete the submission.
I just wanted to start with a quick thank you. Last year you asked your Parks and Rec team to work directly with us, and they have. Just wanted to say, that they've done a great job in working with us, so thank you to them, and thank you to you for doing that. So we've decided down this path, the best way is we want to build a purpose-built facility for gym in Dunedin. What we've done is we've lent on Gymnastics New Zealand a facility strategy released 5 years ago and a facility guide that they've got. So within that facility strategy they said Dunedin specifically needs what they've called a regional hub facility, and their guide talks about what this regional hub looks like. So really all we've done is we've grabbed that and merged that with our own needs assessment, and we firmly believe that is what we need for gymnastics in the city. We were dearly hoping that was probably going to cost $2 to $3 million. The estimate of that is $7 million. And I'm happy to talk in questions maybe about our spectrum of design options and how we work through that. But in short, we want to strive for that desirable option. It is still a no frills approach, but of course it is $7 million. So to make that happen, we are asking council for $3 million. And obviously we would like that to be a more palatable request. So we've been working with our bank about how we can loan that money, and if we do that we would like instead to request a long-term commitment from council of $280,000 per year for approximately 20 years to service that. DCC are a catalyst for this proposal, so the next steps would be to go to the large community funders who we've already reached out to and we're getting good feedback from. We know $3 million is a stretch target. We've also got a lot of stretch targets for other community funders, so we really just want to get the best value we can to get that venue and meet those specifications. So that's us. I really wish we could talk for hours on it, but please ask any questions that you might have, and also we'd love for everyone to come and visit us. We're proud to show you what we have, and that we know you'll be impressed by what our membership does and our facilities. And I just we don't have our head in the sand with the current financial sort of status of what's around, but we know that we need to put our best foot forward for our kids, our staff as well, who work in these facilities, and their families and the wider community. And we think we've got a really good proposal in front of us. So we're happy to have questions. Please.
Questions. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. You've got a site in mind, have you?
Yes, so we work with Parks and Recreation staff. So we reviewed just about every green space in the city, ranked it on a bunch of criteria of how achievable it was. A lot of them had existing sports, so Sidey Park is the one we've identified there as our ideal, or it's probably whittled down to there as sort of an only thing. So there are plenty of challenges with that site, but we think we can get past them.
I can remember when, not telling a story, but a lot of people, myself included, did gymnastics at school, and you had they'd have a school hall or something. Is that not something you're able to do now?
Yeah, we viewed just about every industrial property that was available with the help of Parks and Recreation staff. So the needs for the space, we need over 2,000 square metres as per the Gym NZ guide, a height for trampoline and a height for floor for throwing and cheerleading, stuff like that. So it's actually really rare to find a building of that size. I mean, we've got 2 venues and we really want it in one. So while very simple, it is quite unique in terms of the space and size. The conception about, misconception about gym is that it can be pack away, your school hall, your pads come out and your things. It's really not a pack away sport with all our gear, and that's probably the one thing that, we want to share spaces and coexist, and we can coexist with other sports, but that footprint is, we do need a footprint, yeah.
Great. Councillor O'Malley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Hogan. I think you're going to answer the yes to this, but this is sitting inside the Parks and Recs facilities plans and strategic directives into the future?
I know they delivered their facilities review to you in January, and well, in terms of the next 10-year plan, I don't believe I know they've been working with us to make future plans. However, I'm not sure we're in there in terms of a budget line, if that is what you're after.
Well, you said the magic word 10-year plan phrase, because I was just thinking it will need to be in some form or another to be able to be considered in the LTP, which would obviously be where something of this size would end up appearing. So my question is more maybe a bit of an instruction. So where will this sit in the strategic plan for facilities, for Parks and Rec? And I assume that once we get a better sense of that, we'll have a better understanding of our appetite for this.
Yeah, we did consider waiting that year for the long-term plan. But we needed to come to you now. We thought with our facilities we didn't want to wait another year, so we're hoping to make this palatable now. That maybe being the first funding year, the next financial year is palatable. That we're hoping, and the remainder can go into the 10-year plan in whatever form you like. It could be an ongoing contribution or a one-off capital cost. If that's we're happy to talk about various options about how we can get this done.
Thank you, Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. First of all, as a fellow resident of Otago Street, I can only attest to the smiles of the kids on the kids' faces as they're bounding across. But my question is, in fact, on the number of children, I guess, you have in that. When I think Gymnastics Academy, I think beams, bars, rings, floor routines, etc. But reading your submission, there is a lot more to what you offer in terms of diving, etc. So of that circa 700 kids, how many of those are what Luddites like me consider gymnastics, and those ancillary kind of diving, etc.?
Your Rod's suggesting 80-20. We do have some numbers in our guide of a breakdown of how many do recreational gym, which is the majority. It's not it's not all about competitive gym sports. It's the toddlers, it's the parkour kids, it's the tramp. So a lot of them are recreational, a couple of hours a week type of people, and it's not just about the elite stuff. But there's a pretty wide spectrum of kids. There's even adults, right? So yeah.
On that note too, the facility is used by schools and other people to use it for birthday parties, recreational sort of use and the like. So it's not only specifically for gymnastics.
Thank you. And last question is, we tend to bat rather above our weight in most things, and I'm assuming we do so here as well.
In gymnastics specifically, we've got 3 international reps for New Zealand this year that went to Hawaii. We've got 37 kids that represented Otago last year, which are the majority of athletes that represent Otago are from DGA. So, yeah, we really do. I mean, that's down to, goodness gracious, we've got these dwellings we work in and we seem to really, really sort of thrive in that space.
Thank you. Councillor Benson.
Thank you. Thanks for enlightening me about what that piece of grass is called. Is it used for anything other than being mown?
No, recreation staff said, if we occupy some space, it's a bit less mowing. So no, it was an old sports field. It was made in the 50s and 60s, so we know it's an old landfill, so it's a challenge. So we know that's not a game stopper, but we've accounted for the cost of some piling in that. It used to have sport, however, the road cut off the back of it, the highway cut off the front of it, and motorway. So now it's not used for much, as you say. Other than
its origin is the challenge you referred to. You said it's got its challenges in your presentation.
Yeah, so being a landfill is one of them, so we know about that. Another challenge is it's not actually a fee simple parcel yet, it is road corridor, so we'd need to legalise it. So those are the 2 bigger challenges there.
Right, and lastly, Councillor Mayhem, quickly.
Just very quickly, thank you, Mr Mayor. I see under DGA facility utilisation that it's hardly used during the weekday. So you're proposing that, and you've already mentioned toddlers, birthday parties. What else could the facility be used for in the daytime? Could you have aerial ropes for circus acrobats or Zumba, trampolining for your nana? What sort of things?
Yeah, all the above. So that's again the purpose use for a community facility. So we're hoping to sort of partner in that sort of space and do those things going forward.
Very good.
Yeah, sorry, there are a spectrum of options in terms of we've offered sort of a do minimum and the essential one is it's so much richer in those community benefits. You can fit those things, whereas the entry point is a big shed for gym. So we really want to strive for what this community venue is. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I appreciate your submission.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we welcome Ms. Jolene Warrington and Ms. Joy Davis to the chair from Presbyterian Support Otago.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Jolene Warrington. I'm the team leader at Presbyterian Support Otago and a registered social worker. Firstly, I'd like to say, and my colleague Joy, which I believe you guys already know. First, I'd like to say thanks for the opportunity to speak today. And would also like to say PSO supports and affirms that the work that the DCC has been doing in the rating space, in particular around the availability and clarity of information regarding payments and options. However, our financial mentors at Presbyterian Support Otago are working with many clients who are struggling to pay rates and losing homes due to mortgage sales. Our city's losing money due to defaults and our clients and their families are suffering, so nobody wins. I just wanted to share a couple of examples with you. So generally, in a year, we probably see about 2 or 3 mortgagee sales in a year. At the moment, we've had 5 come across our financial mentors' desks, and that's due to the general cost of living. But one particular person that we've seen as well was in arrears with their rates of $10,000. DCC took it to the bank paid it, and then they enforced a $10,000 overdraft on the client, which they're unable to pay, so they're constantly in constant hardship. The other thing wanting to raise as well, the two of the biggest groups that hardest for us to work with are the singles and the pensioners, because they have the same amount of insurance, same amount of rates to pay, but less income. And the thresholds at the moment for rates relief is not high enough for them, they're just above that. So we'd like to propose some things of how we can work together and hopefully alleviate some of this. So, one, we'd like to reduce the number of ratepayers getting into financial hardship and difficulty. We'd like to support those in arrears to catch up and pay back outstanding rates, and help residents reduce their financial hardship, which will improve health and social outcomes by providing free advice and linked to supports that will improve their social and economic outcomes, all of which lines up with the DCC Wellbeing Strategy. We propose to do this. We'd like to work together with the DCC, and we'd like it to be highlighted in an accessible format on the rates notices and on the DCC website for all ratepayers who are experiencing financial hardship or distress, that there is available help, and provide links to agencies such as Presbyterian Support, Financial Mentors and other social services, but also noting that it's an individual choice and not all situations may be resolved. Because the thing for us is if we can get people early, we may be able to support some change rather than ambulance at the bottom of the cliff and people end up not being able to afford their rates and possibly lose their homes. In regards to the 10-year plan and the rates remission and postponement policy, we'd like to include financial hardship, vulnerability and a recommendation to engage with a social service agency who can provide wraparound services. In the 10-year rates and remission postponement policy, under 10.1 for unexpected events, I'd like to consider the impact of the COVID pandemic, which certainly was an unprecedented event with far-reaching and long-term repercussions, and as a service we're still seeing those repercussions. And referral rates for remissions or postponements, we're proposing go to a small experienced community social sector panel who then send recommendations to the Chief Final Officer. And we appreciate our services need funding, but considering the current acute financial challenges, we ask Council to keep any rates as low as possible, any rate increases as low as possible, because of the examples I've stated as well. There's a huge, it's real, like the cost of living is real at the moment. The team at Family Works, Presbyterian Support Otago are very willing to work at no cost to the DCC, alongside City Council staff, to offer trained financial mentors, Energy Mate home visits and other wraparound social services supports to support residents who are struggling to pay rates. And our staff will be pleased to meet with the DCC to explore what this might look like in practice and to discuss the way forward in making any relevant changes. That's our submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for your submission. And it's not unlike one we got a couple of years ago from Grey Power about the burden of paying rates on a fixed income. And we asked for a report, but we ended up getting a report back on what we already do, which I don't think is quite what you were wanting. I think are you wanting something a little bit more robust, I guess would be the word for it, to work out how to achieve the two competing interests of bringing enough money in to run the council properly and not putting too much burden on people who can't afford it, and then how to get those people in a position that they interface with us.
Absolutely. I think one of the things we're asking for is awareness by having it on the rates bill early when it gets sent out, either our name or another name, to say that actually there is help available, and actually come and see us early if they're struggling with the rates. So it's about that awareness and then being able to work together before the arrears get too big, that we may be able to help find a solution.
And what about exploring other vehicles? I don't really like to mention reverse mortgages, but something like someone who is retired and relatively old, using their asset rather than losing their asset later because they went in the wrong order.
Oh, absolutely. We've got our experienced financial mentors go through all of those motions. We've had quite an increase in KiwiSaver hardships that people are using to help struggle that. There is reverse mortgages. We've also worked quite closely with mortgage brokers and banks, and we go through every single option with them as a last resort. And at the moment, these ones that are in the look at risk of losing their homes is because they've tried everything, and that's on their third KiwiSaver withdrawal. They've had mortgage holidays due to COVID, and with the change of interest rates coming up, it's just huge. So certainly go through everything, exhaust all the options first.
Thanks. I don't want to move a motion again this time, so I guess what I'd be saying generally to the room, is that coming up on probably for the annual plan, or certainly definitely for the long-term plan, just some more fleshing out of where we are. Would that be something that you would like?
Yeah, absolutely. That would be great.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Didn't have my hand up, but I'll ask a question anyway. Thank you. Just to, I guess, piecing together what Councillor Malley said, you're really here today. It's, as much as anything, it's a logistics question. It's about working together better, doing things together better. At the heart of that is our well-being goal.
Absolutely, it is, and how we can support each other to support our community.
Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. Presbyterian support run a food bank as well, don't you? Is that?
Yes, that's correct.
Button, sorry, button. You.
Oh.
Sorry, yes, we've had a huge increase of new clients coming through the door for our food bank, and that's usually the first port of call. They come in for food because they've either had high electricity costs or they've had high rent, and it's always the first thing that goes is the food costs. Also COVID as well, it's had a massive impact. I think we just did some stats. It's probably a 30% increase from this time last year, and the majority are new clients, so it's not the same people coming back. And it is those ones that are, I suppose we refer to as the working poor. They're just above that threshold for work and income. They may have they're doing their best, but yeah, it's just a struggle.
And you're quite a large housing provider too, is that correct?
No. Sorry, no, we're not allowed. We do have just housing, but we don't do housing is not our thing at the moment. That's more Salvation Army. They've got the contract with that. Yeah, our houses are just houses, but they're full at the moment. And there's only about, I think, 7, I think, in Dunedin, but yeah.
You'll have a waiting list for those, do you?
We're not, because the ones that are in there at the moment, they're kind of permanent, so we're not taking housing. We do a lot of housing advocacy, so we work really closely with Kāinga Ora, with MSD to get people into emergency accommodation and housing, but unfortunately we don't have houses to put them into at the moment.
Do you do anything for homeless in our city? Or?
Absolutely. We probably see every day probably someone is coming in the street. What we can provide, we work quite closely as well with the night shelter. Work and income, sometimes we have discretionary funding and we can pull some things out of the hat and maybe get a night's accommodation somewhere, but the biggest thing we can do is provide them usually with some warm blankets, some clothing, link them in with the night shelter, and then come back, work with a social worker and try and get them some more permanent housing. But there's just not that much out there, but yeah, we do our best.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your submission. We'll certainly be discussing that. Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Andy McLean from Otago Hockey.
Alrighty, good morning. Yes, my name is Andy McLean, General Manager of Otago Hockey. The reason for coming to speak to you today in our submission is to seek council support in renewing what we believe has been a really successful partnership with council support around helping us maintain our facility at Harbour Terrace. We're now in a position where the two turfs down there have been down since 2009 and 2012 respectively, and are both past their useful life. We believe the partnership to date has been really successful for a number of reasons. I guess firstly and foremostly in terms of the community asset. It's an asset down there that's used extensively by an ever-increasing number of hockey participants, but also other community groups. It's used round the clock and as a really high quality facility, and a facility that the community gets a lot of use from. Secondly, and I guess quite recently, the partnership with the council around our facilities has helped us bring some really significant events to town. We were lucky to host the National Hockey Championship last year, and on the back of that have been provided an opportunity to host the Under-18 Boys National Tournament this year. So events that both bring a lot of people to town as well as profile. Our success in that event, Otago was able to win that event for the first time in its 114-year history, which was pretty cool. And I guess our standing on the back of that now has us recognised as a identified regional training hub from Hockey New Zealand. So no longer are our best athletes required to centralise in Auckland. They're now being encouraged to stay down here. And I think things like that and the upcoming Under-18 tournament, with our proximity to tertiary education and the accommodation, etc. down there, make us a pretty compelling case to bring people to town and do their tertiary and do their hockey. I guess the reason that we come to council seeking this support is, we see ourselves a little bit different to other regional sports of a similar nature to ours. We're both a regional sports organisation in terms of needing to run the programs and offer the participation opportunities, as well as finding ourselves as fairly large facility and capital managers and owners, which obviously is challenging. And that's why I guess the council support of this nature is really important for us and making everything fit together. I guess in terms of our current finances and position that we talked to in this submission, obviously, and again, really appreciate the council support in the recent project out at King's High School, where we were able to put another turf out there. That took also 200,000 of our own reserves, as well as a significant contribution from local and regional funders. So I guess just making people aware of the challenges of continuing to go down that line as well. And then, the last thing that we sort of wanted to highlight out of the submission was that our relationship with council over the last wee while has been a variety of annual contributions, which have helped us to, I guess, facilitate and service the ongoing cost of servicing the turf replacements and keeping them at the standard they need to be, both for having a quality community asset and also at a standard where Hockey New Zealand will continue to support us by allocating events that bring people to town. So, they're basically the things that I wanted to highlight out of our submission this morning, and obviously happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Question from Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. A quick question on the cost and timeline that you've got in here, specifically the cost. You've got that initial pricing ranges between 685 and 950, which is roughly a 38% gap. Is the gap in price indicative mostly of the difference in providers, or is there a significant difference in quality and longevity of the turfs that are going down?
You have to restart it each time.
Primarily what that is that until they actually get in and start the job, they can't give a full undertaking of the quality of the underlay underneath, or the rubber underneath. All indications that we've got is that you get 2 cycles of the turf out of one rubber underlay, and that we should find ourselves in a position where that just needs minor repair rather than replacement, which would push us down to the lower end of that range in numbers.
So provider doesn't make a difference in terms of who's putting it down. It's more a case of what they find when they get under there.
It's competitive, but pricing from, I guess there's 2 main players, will be similar, I would imagine.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. McLean, for your submission. I take it you're also looking at other funders to support this, not just the DCC.
Yeah, absolutely. Once we get ourselves in a better position of where we're at in terms of the ongoing relationship with council, then 100% we will go and talk to other funders as well.
So in answering that, then you're wanting a commit from DCC for some amount to support the replacement cost.
I guess what we were keen to highlight in the submission of the challenges around funding from other sources, both in terms of our needing to ask for them for operational year-on-year expenses, and also that we've just heavily been to that pot out at King's. So 100% we will look to that option of funding. But historically, with the TERFs, the annual contributions from DCC have made up the vast majority of that cost, and I guess that's what we're hoping for moving.
Thank you. And how has the sport grown with, like, for example, the addition of the King's Turf? Obviously, you highlighted here the successful tournament last year. So obviously there's a lot more greater effects across the city economy relating to the improvements with hockey in Dunedin.
Yeah, so after a period of significant growth of hockey participants the last couple of years, there've just been slight growth, which in the current environment and what we're seeing in some other sports, we're pretty happy with. What I think has probably been the coolest part about Kings is that we've had correspondence from schools and other groups out that way, saying that the proximity of the facility out there has been the sole reason why they've been able to participate. So the turf out there has certainly opened up participation in the sport to a wider group, 100%.
Councillor Walker?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. McLean, for the submission. It follows on from Councillor Wiley's questions because we're largely engaged here in a financial planning process. So it's not clear from your submission what you're actually asking us for, and let's assume that in the inflationary environment that it's going to be north of $1 million. What are you asking us for? And whatever that is, I assume that will likely be a request, quite rightly, to the LTP next year. Is that the plan?
So firstly, I don't think it will be north of $1 million. The numbers in there are recent quotes, and the indication is that it'll be at the lower end of that scale that's in the submission. I guess our historic relationship with council has been a variety of different things, and we've put in there that we're open to talk about all of those to find the most, I guess, workable solution for council and for Otago Hockey. Ultimately, we would love a lump sum that just put these things down and got on with it, but we realise that it's perhaps likely or extremely possible that a repeat of what we've done previously, where the sort of figure in the submission is split up over a 10-year period and made through the way of annual support, is certainly an option that is workable for Otago Hockey.
So in answer to my second question around the LTP next year, it's a yes?
I'm not as au fait with the processes, but perhaps you are, but these tests require to be replaced sooner rather than later. So obviously we'll work with council however we need to make that achievable, but the need is one that is certainly sooner rather than later.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
Now, next we have Taylor Davies Coffee. Collie? And Amanda Simon, yes, from Orokonui Eco Sanctuary. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Amanda Simon, the General Manager. This is Taylor, who's one of our educators at the Eco Sanctuary. Thanks for allowing us to talk today. It's really good just to raise awareness of what Orokonui does and the outcomes we achieve and the costs that entails. I'm not sure how familiar you all are with Orokonui Eco Sanctuary, but our mission is threefold. The restoration of biodiversity in the Orokonui Valley. It provides a safe haven for very rare and threatened species and allows a place for public to engage with them and to become inspired about conservation. It's highlighting, for us, a big part of our mission is to highlight what's been lost in terms of our Indigenous biodiversity. because many people are not 100% aware of that. But also part of our work at Orokonui is to highlight what can be achieved through really focused individual and community action in the conservation space. So we have KPIs for biodiversity outcomes, we have KPIs for community engagement, because that's a very important part of what we do. We want to inspire and motivate people to take community action, as we have done over many, many years. So an example of community engagement KPI would be our education program, which over the period that it's been running, we've had 80,000 plus children through that particular program, and we evaluate every group and ask them, you know, what are you going to do for conservation as a result of your visit here? 94% of all of the groups that have come through our education program are taking some form of action for conservation, be that building skink habitat or pledging to never eat whitebait again. All of these actions are really important and contribute to looking and preventing the climate crisis that we're currently in. We obviously have financial KPIs. We're a not-for-profit entity, so our financial KPIs are to be fully financially self-sustaining. So prior to COVID, the Eco Sanctuary costs has $1 million per annum operating costs. Prior to COVID, we were generating 70% of that through admissions to the sanctuary, etc. And our aspiration was within 6 years to be 100% financially self-sustaining. Obviously, COVID put a bit of a problem in front of us. It was a bit of a challenge for us. So a conservative estimate of what we've lost from COVID until the end of our current financial year on June 30th would be around $900,000. So where we were earning 70% of our own operational costs through our own activities, and the remaining 30% was through grants, donations and sponsorships, it's pretty much flipped. So COVID brought us down to 30%, and then we gradually moved to 40%. This year we're forecasting 50% of our operational costs will be achieved through our own activities, leaving us 50% to be achieved through other means. So in the landscape of fundraising, money for environmental projects is really heavily focused on landscape scale pest removal, planting and riparian restoration, which are all things that Orokonui no longer needs to do. What I would suggest is missing from that puzzle is conservation advocacy and the development of skills around conservation, which we are a heavy hitter in. Fundraising takes a lot of time and energy. It's a whole of team activity for us, from our chair who does corporate sponsorship to myself. 110% of my time is spent fundraising, right through our entire team who are constantly thinking about how do we generate revenue so that we can support the excellent conservation work that we do. Our energy is better spent on focusing on our core mahi of biodiversity restoration and conservation advocacy. And while we appreciate the support of the council, which comes in many different ways, from marketing support, which helps us generate revenue to become self-sustaining, small grants, etc., we would like the DCC to be like a partner in our activities and to be part of the team that helps Orokonui thrive, and through that helps our wildlife thrive and the people of Dunedin, and to be able to engage with environmental and conservation activities. So we're very thankful for the input that we receive, but what would be really helpful for us, particularly at the moment as we're tracking back up to try and become financially self-sustaining, would be a really modest amount of multi-year funding. And like a couple of examples of that, at the moment I'm fundraising for a volunteer coordinator role, which we had prior to COVID, but through redundancy we had to reduce our costs and lose. So a volunteer coordinator role for us is probably around $65,000. volunteer input into Orokonui prior to COVID was around 1,000 hours a month, consistently over a year, which is equivalent to 6 FTE. So that's a small amount of investment for a large amount of outcome. The other thing that I'm looking for funding for at the moment is our education program. So you'll be aware that the Ministry of Education removed our funding for that. We weren't successful in our last tender. We've secured funding for a year's worth of education program really quickly because people were outraged that that funding was cut, which we appreciate. But for us, that's an ongoing thing that we're raising funding for now. So, yeah, thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. And some questions. Councillor Benson-Bowe.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think everyone around the table is only too aware of the value of what you've produced and are continuing to contribute to the community, so well done. So just to reiterate what you said right at the end there, you're not so much asking for a support in the hole that's been caused by COVID, you're asking for some long-term certainty about a level of repeated funding.
Yes, and yeah, it's short-term in the scheme of things, and that I say, like a lot of our funding targets at the moment are around a 3-year kind of window, because we are very motivated to become financially self-sustaining. We're very good at that, and we believe that we can achieve it. So it is taking into account the devastating impact that COVID has had on us and everybody else, for that matter. But yeah, it's we believe a modest investment for quite a significant outcome.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Amanda and Taylor. So post-COVID, you've reduced the hours to the Eco Sanctuary. Does it mean hours for staff are also reduced?
Absolutely. We've been through 2 redundancies at the sanctuary, and that's involved losing highly skilled, highly valued members of our team, which was gutting for us. But, I mean, we really didn't have much of an option on that. And reducing our opening hours is another activity that we've had to do to reduce operating costs. But I believe we're in a position where we're running as lean as we possibly can be. Like, we've looked at every single thing, and yeah, we can get back on our feet, but it would be great to have some kind of financial assistance from the DCC, and for the DCC to be like a full partner in our activities.
I imagine that this is very stressful for you.
It's very stressful for the whole of the Orokonui team. yeah. I mean, we're glass half full people. We're absolutely every day heartened by the amount of community support that we have. You know, we have the luxury of people providing a high level of private donations to us on a daily basis, and that's amazing and really awesome. But there's lots of good causes to provide funding to at the moment, and you know, we can't rely on the charity of our community all of the time. It needs to be a mix of sources of income.
Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want, you've talked about what the volunteer coordinator role was, $65,000. I just wonder, you said you were looking for money for the education program, and you lost the LEOTC funding. What figure were you looking for around the education program?
We were being funded by the Ministry of Education to the tune of $70,000 a year, which that level of funding had remained static for at least 9 years. So at the moment, we've been proactively fundraising in that area, and we have a corporate sponsor on board that will contribute to it. So I think around the same amount, around $65,000 or $70,000 is what we need to raise now, in addition to what we've got, and that would allow us to focus on our education work rather than focus on fundraising for our education work.
So how many children were you putting through the education program each year?
6,000 a year was the target that we were delivering for the Ministry of Education, but we were typically doing more like 8,000. And then in addition to that, like in addition to our school program, we consistently run Kids Go Free programs across every single school holiday. So we're aware of the obstacles, financial obstacles for particularly people to engage with Orokonui, and we want to reduce those obstacles. Like at the moment, the main obstacle for schools is the cost of transport. So we're actively looking for a way of getting rid of that obstacle in a creative way. So it might be partnering with somebody that has access to transport that could be commandeered for the purpose of bringing some of the lower decile schools up. So yeah, we're actively looking for support anywhere that we can and doing a really good job in bringing it in, but we do need more.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you, asked and answered.
Great. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. You seem to have a very good handle of funding and what's available. How difficult is that climate out there at the moment, do you think?
Quite difficult on all fronts. Quite difficult, like I talked about, the conservation focused funding, which is very focused on landscape scale pest control, planting and riparian restoration, which basically dodges us. So we've brought that up with the Minister of Conservation specifically and directly. In terms of corporate sponsorships, like we have one of our largest and longest standing corporate sponsors is a council-owned organisation, and we're very grateful for that sponsorship. But we've hit up every other council-owned organisation and every, like we have a huge list of corporates that we've approached for funding. And what we're finding over the last few years is that times are tough for corporates too. It's, like there are some sectors of industry that are doing very well. Banks, for instance. We've got no funding from banks yet. But there are other sectors that are just as hard hit as we are. So, and then as I've talked, there's also the problem of like donation fatigue, and that there are so many good causes to be contributing to now. Orokonui is just one of them. We're very fortunate that we've got massive community support, and if not for that, we wouldn't have survived, I don't think.
Great. Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You too.
Okay, so next we have Dr. Barbara Anderson from the West Harbour Community Board.
Kia ora koutou, ko takuta Barbara Anderson aho. I'm here speaking, as you say, on behalf of the West Harbour Community Board and the residents of West Harbour. And I'd like to acknowledge and thank the Mayor and the Council for having us along to speak to this submission. And first off, I think everybody here knows where West Harbour is. We're along the harbour on the west side, and it's a string of small communities and settlements that are joined along that harbour. And this causes, of course, its own problems and challenges and loveliness of the environment. The first thing I would like to mention is the Aramoana playground, and the Aramoana community in particular wanted me to pass on their huge thanks for the support that they received from the DCC and particularly from the Parks and Recreation team and everyone that was involved with that. Bringing that project to fruition has been huge, and it is amazing for that community. They are a very close-knit community, and it's particularly of importance to them because the playground used the last of the Aramoana Relief Trust money, which was the donations following the Aramoana incident. So they just wanted me to pass on how happy and how much they appreciate the support and the help that they had with that project. You will have seen from the submission that we do have a number of things listed in our submission. And I'll just go through some of them and highlight some of them more than others, and then open for questions. People can ask me what they want. The first one, of course, is the infrastructure around the shared pathway. So you'll all be aware that the shared pathway is due for completion this June, and we are very excited about it, but it has been 3 years of long, hard works. And we're looking for the infrastructure around that. We're looking for something from the DCC. So there's $50 million has come into that from central government. We would like bike stands particularly, because we're envisioning that it's going to be a big health and safety issue, and possibly even a second set of toilets there would be great, especially when the influx of the cruise ship passengers hits us again. The second point is the Aramoana domain parking, and this is another health and safety issue. As I said, the residents are very excited about the playground. It is being extremely well used, but we have a parking issue that there is really, really limited parking, and we do not want to have another tragedy at Aramoana that involves children. So we would urge the DCC to please add to that the parking inside the domain with some bollards so that the gate can remain locked to stop graffiti. The road maintenance and footpath management, I'm sure that you're on top of that, and the West Harbour Dam closures, we'd just like to register our wanting some more review around that and some consultation with the West Harbour Board and the West Harbour community around those dam closures. One of the most important points that we feel is the Port Chalmers Pool. The Port Chalmers Pool is extremely important to the whole of the West Harbour, and we get significant contribution in kind from the Port Otago for that facility, in that they donate swimming lessons to all of the children along West Harbour, and we are very keen on that pool. For us, everyone along West Harbour lives alongside the water, and we don't want to add to the tragedy of drownings in New Zealand, which seems to go up every year. It's an historic pool, and it's very well used. We would like to see the season extended, and we would like to see the hours extended and maintained. And we're aware there's shortages in lifeguards, but we'd like to see some work around that. The biggest mention here is, of course, the public toilets, and I understand that there is a limit in the long 10-year term plan, whatever it's called, along those lines, but what we would argue is that the Dunedin community as a whole wants to see more public toilets. There was 1,032 submissions that mentioned public toilets. There is a dearth of public toilets proposed in this 10-year plan. It's inadequate to the community needs, and particularly at Port Chalmers, with the influx of the cruise ship passengers, those public toilets don't actually provide enough, and particularly when we've got things like COVID and hygiene problems, and the frequency is affected by the road work, the frequency of cleaning is affected by the roadworks, and it's also affected by the distance for people to come out and clean it. We would like to express our huge thanks to Maria and the Parks and Recs team again for helping us through the difficult summer period, and it's not on them. We understand they're working with a difficult situation. And finally, I know my time's just gone out. I just would like to say thank you for taking on board the back beach parking issue and the Otago Harbour user group we saw in the last media release, and we're very excited to be part of that user group, and thank you for joining us in our push for that. Questions?
Wonderful. Thank
Sorry,
you,
it's you to call for questions.
It's all right. They're all directed to the same place. Councillor Walker first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Barbara. Just three brief questions. I know you've diligently absorbed this. I know you have, and you'll be aware in there that there's, through the LTP, there's enough money for 10 toilets over 10 years. From my reading of this, you're asking for 5 just in your area. Do you think that's fair, or are you suggesting that we don't provide enough toilets?
Both, actually, yeah. I do think it's fair. I don't think that it's a matter of taking toilets from other places and giving 5 to West Harbour, that we're taking more than our share. We have a need for public toilets, as I'm sure do the other places that are mentioned in that LTB. What I would say is that that's a budget that was set by the council, that's a budget that can be revised, and I think that public toilets are a necessity and that we actually need to do better on public toilets. I don't understand why that has been so downgraded in the amount of emphasis that's put on it in the LTP, given that it's so high in the submissions process. I would also say that it is a very gendered thing, public toilets, as the access to public toilets falls more or the lack of access, I should say, falls more heavily on females and caregivers, a large number of which are female. And so if we want to encourage our young people, our children, our mothers, our families out into the wild Dunedin area, out to Aramoana, out to Long Beach, the Sawyers Bay community is largely young. If we want to encourage them to take and use this amazing resource we've got with the cycle path, the shared pathway here, we need to provide the facilities. And I'm afraid that falls on the DCC. And I was just going to say I would strongly like you to revise that plan.
Okay, thank you. You'll be aware that this plan was revised and is much better than previous LTPs on toilets. So second question, you're right, this is a budgetary document, and so your request for extended hours, so in terms of our budgeting, what are you specifically asking for in extension time and hour time?
For the pool, we had a lot of cancellations this year, and I have notes on this, sorry. I will have to refer to my notes on the pools. If I can find the page. Or I may not find the page. Sorry, we just want the season to be longer because the summer actually goes a month, maybe 6 weeks. And also that it's open more during the day. It's at the moment it's quite restricted, and particularly with the cancellations. And one thing we were wondering about was having, I know that sometimes it's the lifeguards and the availability of lifeguards that is the sticking point, and I know that there are members in the community who are registered as lifeguards, like they have the capability and the skills, but they're not employed as lifeguards, and we wondered if there could be some flexibility thought around that, because we know that that is a large cost, but also it's something as a community we could maybe help with. So it's just so that we can make the most of this amazing, again, resource that we have, and just really to have it there.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you. I just wonder if you can confirm for me, I'm just looking here at the public toilet, the Google Places for public toilets in the area. This looks like 3 in Port Chalmers itself, Boiler Point, right in the main street, and also Back Beach. Also one at Aramoana, but then you have to come all the way back to near the stadium for the other.
Yep.
Is that correct, those 5?
Yeah, so, no, I'm still on.
Yes or no?
That's weird, sorry. Yeah, so the trouble with Aramoana, there is one, it's at the Domain, and it's behind the lock gate, so it's really great for when they have large community events situated at the Domain and for the playground. But the problem with Aramoana is that there's a lot of surfers out on the Keyhole Beach there, and there is a problem with public fouling of those dune systems, because people either don't know that the toilets are there at the Domain, or it's just simply too far to walk. So with that natural area there, it's very prone to being abused. And the other places by the mole there, between Shelley Beach and Back Beach, and previously Doc has had portaloos there over the summer, and they're extremely well used, which we feel means that actually that shows that there's a need. We need them replaced with permanent toilets there. There are 3 sets of toilets in the Port Chalmers itself, but what happens is with the influx of cruise ships, those toilets on George Street get absolutely hammered, and they just are insufficient for the number of people that are there, and just totally insufficient. And we envision that that's going to increase a lot when the shared path opens, because of course people will arrive at that end or finish at that end. But even people arriving there, you get the kids in the car, you ask them if they want to go to the loo, they say no, or they go, then suddenly you hit the cold air and, oh my gosh, they want to go again. That's the world over. So we would like, and there is space there. So I've talked to Jason Forbes from Waikouaiti, and that there is space there for toilets. We would also wonder about Sawyers Bay, because there are no public toilets in Sawyers Bay at all, and that is a large residential area with lots of young families, and there's definitely space for toilets next to the shared pathway there in the corner once that's finished.
Great.
And we would thank the DCC for the St Leonard's toilets, which are on the way,
Yes.
and the Purakanui ones we hope can get moved up the list.
Thank you. There's a question from Councillor Vanivers.
Thank you for your enthusiasm, Barbara. You have talked about the Port Chalmers pool and have said that it's very well used. Are you aware that for every $3 entry, it actually costs the ratepayer $18 for each person that goes to it? And do you have any suggestions for increasing the number of people that could use the pool so that we could get better use for what is a very expensive facility?
I agree. Yeah, thank you for that. I think that the best way of getting more people to use facilities like that is to have them open more. And I know that sounds counter, but if you know when it's open, it's always open. And I do think it will go up with the shared path, because people will go from Sawyers Bay to Port Chalmers much more easily along that shared path. So I think part of it's advertising that it's there and that it's open, and I do think that it's not a waste of money in any way, because I think that pools should be subsidised by the DCC basically. Sorry. But yeah, I think more advertising, and I think with the shared path, I think people will go there. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
Ms. Anderson, that's wonderful. And next we have Mr. Alistair Morrison from the Waikouaiti Coast Community Board.
Hello, good morning. Nice to see you all again. And thank you for the opportunity to pop in for a chat. Most of our submission this year is self-explanatory, and we will be expanding on some of the items for next year's long-term plan discussion. In item 2, we refer once again to sewerage systems in our North Coast communities. We hope that we may find some clarity on this topic at our meeting with DCC and ORC staff at the Future Development Strategy meeting in Waitati this coming Thursday. In item 4, we make mention of the Mount Watkin Hikararoa Recreation Reserve, and if you're not sure where it is, when you've driven north out of Dunedin, you'll see a conical hill in the distance inland from Waikouaiti, and that is it. And we'll speak more of this and its plan next year. In item 6, I am pleased to advise that the new weekend bus service is working well, but we have a potentially dangerous overcrowding problem on a couple of runs during the week. We're ending up with passengers standing on the bus going over the Kilmog and on the Northern Motorway, and this is far from ideal. And if the driver had to make a sudden stop for any reason and standing passengers got injured falling to the floor, that would not be a good look for our local authorities. One duplicate bus for the morning run has already been provided from Warrington to Dunedin via Waitati, but more is required. And we are having conversations with ORC about this, and we would appreciate your support as we work our way through this issue. Item 7 refers to Karitani Harbour. We will be presenting this in some detail at the Civic Affairs Committee meeting on the 16th of May, so we'll make no more comment about that at the moment. Item 8 refers to emergency management and preparedness. Over the past few years, Emergency Management Otago has worked with some of our local folk to establish community response groups. Councillor Mayhem, in her previous life, did a grand job of establishing such a group for the Blueskin Bay area, based in Waitati, and our board member Sonia Billiard, in her role as community worker in Waikouaiti, did an equally impressive job in setting up a group at the northern part of our area, and work was underway to establish groups in Karitani and Warrington. Things came to a head for us when the Warrington fledgling group recently applied to us for funding from our discretionary fund for some equipment. We made inquiries about who should be funding such groups: central government, civil defence, emergency management Otago, Otago Regional Council, Dunedin City Council, community boards, and the answers seemed to be none of them. Then we heard that Dunedin City Council does not support the concept of community response groups, and we have all been left in a state of limbo. Our request is for somebody to provide a clear explanation of the way forward for community resilience. Recent events up north, including a report on the Auckland flooding event, suggest that local communities play a significant part in emergency response. So we look forward to receiving this information sooner rather than later. Shortly after last year's election, I made a request to see if community boards could be given up to 10 minutes rather than 5 minutes at these annual hearings. We represent a lot of people and we're involved in many issues. Perhaps this is something that could be looked at before next year's long-term plan hearings. And just one item that's not in our written submission: I chaired a well-attended public meeting in Waikouaiti last night, where the topics related to the large mainland poultry farm in Waikouaiti and its effect on the 2-kilometre-long Beach Street. I won't go into any details now, except to say that there will be some financial implications in the coming year. And just in closing, I would like to give you all a copy of our latest newsletter. We will be publishing this twice yearly to give the community an idea of what a community board is and what it does. And if you'd like to know how to install a bus shelter on a country road for under $1,000 within 4 months from a standing start, then have a look inside on the left. So I'll ask Lauren to pass these out. There's 20 copies here. And that's it for the moment.
Thank you very much, Mr Morrison. That's very succinct. We have a question from Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and Alistair. Are you aware the Civic Committee presentation from community boards will take up that 10 minutes that you've suggested needs to be in this planning for you to present on a more regular basis to Council?
Our presentations are actually 15 minutes at that particular committee, twice a year. And on that, we can sometimes really concentrate on one or two particular topics in some detail. But at the time of long-term plan hearings, there are many, many more things. So 5 minutes is not a long time, as you've just seen.
Also, I would tend to disagree with your suggestion that the Council does not support emergency management groups. I understand you need clarity on that, but perhaps our CE could speak to that? Not here. Or not right now?
I imagine there'll be further discussion on that issue. So, are there any more questions? Yes, Deputy Mayor Barker. That's right.
I was looking at number 9 amenity and about Waikouaiti being the birthplace of Otago and the entranceway into the city, and I just wondered if you had any engagement with the destination plan.
Last year and the year before, we asked for some help from City Council. To this time, we haven't had any yet. We are going to expand on that in our submission next year.
Are there any more questions? No? Mr Morrison, thank you very much for your submission. So, on that note, I move we adjourn for lunch until 12:40. Is seconded Deputy Mayor Barker. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Carried. There we go. bit far away. You're getting cold.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Very good. Oh, I'll have to think of some suitable questions. Has anyone seen Councillor Wiley?
Oh, he's on the phone.
Oh, he's... Councillor Weatherall? Yes. It's 12:39, so we'll start at 12:40, okay? So we're less than a minute away. So we'll start on time. And as I say, less than a minute. So we have Tom Kay and Chelsea McGaw. Is that right? Yes, we do. Now I can check that. So, please, if you have the next 5 minutes are all yours. Please begin.
Great. Kia ora. I trust you can hear me. My name is Tom. I'm the Freshwater advocate at Forest and Bird based in Wellington, and I'm joined by Chelsea, who's the Regional Conservation Manager for Forest and Bird based in Dunedin. I'm going to jump straight into it because it's going to be pretty obvious what we're talking about and how it relates to the things we've put in our annual planning submission. We've been talking to people a lot recently about the Tutakuri River in Hawke's Bay and how during Cyclone Gabriel, in the early hours of the 14th of February, the gauge on the river actually went offline. The river was flowing at over 1,800 cubic metres per second, or 1,800 tonnes of water flowing past a single point every second, and that took out the gauge. Shortly after, it took out a substation that supplied power to most of Napier, and by 10:30 a.m, residents in nearby suburbs, including Te Reo at the top of the image there. Hopefully the slide is actually pulled off. Let's go. Here we go. Te Reo at the top of the image there where my family lives. The river spilled out over into the suburbs. People were being evacuated. My family was really lucky. Their street flooded, the street flooded, but their houses were dry. They were evacuated but allowed back later that day. But elsewhere in the region, people weren't so lucky. Bridges taken out, houses destroyed, the livelihoods destroyed, lives taken. Gabriel was one of the latest events we've seen in a whole slew of events. Nelson before that last year, Auckland literally weeks before Gabriel, we've had flooding in Canterbury, flooding in Te Tairāwhiti before that, West Coast, and of course Dunedin, not immune from heavy rainfall that's flooded. After the event, NEWA Principal Climate Scientist Dr. Stan Dean said, I have no doubt in my mind that climate change influenced that event, and Med Service after the event said these events will become more severe as the planet continues to warm. But it's not just climate change that's influencing these events, it's also the way we've managed the environment or mismanaged the environment. We've drained 90% of our wetlands across Aotearoa, those places that acted as sponges for water. We've stripped the hillsides of native forests, and we've taken out rivers, the Tukutuki Hawke's Bay, and lined them with salt banks, and the space they had to flood and do all sorts of things and line them with salt banks. In some places, lining them with concrete, as you'd be well aware. Destroying habitat, all sorts of things in doing that. There were some river experts that wrote a paper last year, peer-reviewed paper, and they said things like about river management and others said, working against nature does not work. We may inadvertently be manufacturing future disasters, and moving out of harm's way saves lives. Interestingly, he echoed some things that the Parliamentary Commission for the Environment had said back in 1988 after Cyclone Ebola. Their report about that event, things like extensive deforestation has led to greatly accelerated widespread severe erosion, unwise intensive development behind salt banks is often being encouraged, and draining of wetlands has intensified flooding problems in many areas. But we know it doesn't have to be like this. We can take the learnings of those river experts last year, we can take the learnings of PCE 30 years later. We know we can take learnings from international case studies where they're recognising that this idea of putting stop banks and concrete linings on rivers or encroaching on wetlands or getting rid of forests or whatever it is not the way to go. Giving these places more space, backing away from them, widening stop banks gives nature more space, people more space, reduces risk to communities because floodwaters are lower, etc. We're seeing this start to be picked up in New Zealand. Greater Wellington Regional Council's taken these residential and commercial properties, bought them to replace with green space, giving the rivers more space to flood safely, widening the river by 9 metres in the meantime, as well as giving habitat back to the river. We've seen many people talk about sponge cities after the Auckland flooding, the Stonefields development in Auckland with a wetland that absorbs the impact of heavy rain, and smaller scale projects around Auckland where we're taking rivers that have been lined with rocks and things and giving them space again. We are getting in front of councils who are doing their long-term planning and really talking in annual planning, talking about how they can think longer term about nature-based solutions and thinking about how this is really the most sustainable way going forward of doing things rather than looking at short-term solutions. Thinking about things like education and information for the public around mapping and water-sensitive design, working with and funding community conservation initiatives, local projects and stream restoration is critical work that is being done as part of your infrastructure as well as people's well-being. Reframing river and flood management plans to think more long-term about nature-based solutions and about what's the most cost-effective thing. Doing things like climate hazard risk assessments and thinking about how you manage council-owned reserves and parks and things to be part of green infrastructure and have all those co-benefits that nature-based solutions can bring. We're also looking at or pushing councils to think about policy and zoning tools, whether it's bylaws or NPS plan changes for protection of vegetation, or you have to do an NPS one. But Greater Wellington Regional Council, for example, is reframing their hazard mitigation policies to cross out the consideration of party engineering methods and put in the first instance consideration of green infrastructure around for the river approaches. I'll leave you with a quote from the Bowler report from the PCE, which was that possible effect of climate change is that cyclones of some form could pass close to New Zealand with increasing frequency. It may be that in retrospect the Bowler storm will not be regarded as such an extreme event. I think we can all agree we're at that point. We can do something differently, we can take those learnings, we can have these landscapes, these urban landscapes that are diverse and mosaic of nature and community, and that's what we're really urging these two to think about in your annual plan. That's my 5 minutes. We'll take questions if you have any, but otherwise we'll let the next people come along.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for the presentation. Do we have any questions? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks guys for the presentation and the substantive submission. Not surprisingly, my questions are around point 33 and the cat ownership question. You guys are aware that we have the largest cat ownership in the world, I think 1.4 million cats, over 1 million birds killed per year. The choice seems to lie between a bylaw locally or doing something nationally. What's your feeling on the best way for us as a council to proceed in order to get the best outcome?
Chelsea might be able to answer that, but I probably can't. Chelsea, you go for it.
Yep, so we are asking the government to bring in a nationwide cat management strategy, much like the dog management one that they have, but councils can do their part by bringing in bylaws to bring in mandatory microchipping, desexing and things like that can also help.
Thanks, Chelsea. Have you got any examples of any authorities within New Zealand where a bylaw is effective?
Wellington.
So Wellington's probably one of the first ones to do it. Obviously, predatory Wellington is a big thing, more birds, etc. So cat management is part of that. They've then worked with the SPCA and stuff to work on some of the feral colonies, and that's, as I understand it, been quite useful. Other councils have done things similar. Palmerston North has a similar bylaw, though I'm not sure about the implementation of it and how it's worked.
Thank you.
Great. Councillor Malley.
Thanks. In terms of your climate response component of your submission, would it surprise you to know that the DCC has a carbon neutral 2030 target but doesn't have a climate adaptation plan? Does that surprise you? Yes, thank you. Would you like to see us develop one potentially?
Yes.
Yes, it's pretty much in the middle of your...
I think the new legislation, the part of the new RMA is going to force that upon councils to deal with adaptation anyway, from my understanding.
Yeah, possibly. In the much the same, you've mentioned a lot of three water stuff here as well, but I guess would you say it's a good idea for council to wait for the government to impose, or maybe a good idea to get a bit ahead of it and take the lead themselves rather than waiting for an imposition upon them?
Yeah, definitely, and my understanding is you're working on the South Dunedin Futures plan anyway, which include the adaptation, so you could roll that out citywide to include other areas also.
Yeah, I think the key point of, the submission and this presentation is that we could have learned things a long time ago and we don't know now, and acting, waiting to act does not pay off. Acting now is the way that you reduce impact on communities as well as reducing costs long term.
Thank you. More questions? No? Very good. Thank you very much for your submission, and very comprehensive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty. I'll just say that whilst we were had a bit more comfortable this morning when we had little pieces of gaps and short presenters, got longer for questions just to try and give everyone the 10 minutes and so forth. Might get quite tight this afternoon as we go through. Although, is Mr. Theobald in the house? I don't see. So, and neither is any other presenter. So having said that, we've got a bit of time. What do you think about a cat ordinance?
The stairs are too steep. I was catching his breath.
And who is this? Sorry? So just to let you know, councillors, that Craig Monk is on the stairs and catching a breath. So he'll come in and go at, 10 to 1 on the clock, which is not the same as 10 to 1 on the computer. But Good afternoon, Mr. Monk.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa. Māori ora ki te whare, ngā mihi nui ki te mana whenua o tēnei rohe, ngā mihi nui ki ngā kaunihera o rohe. Nā reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me to talk as part of this process. You know, I wasn't, as I was writing the submission that I assume you've all got in front of you, I wasn't going to tick the box to say that I would come and talk to you. But as I wrote it, there were kind of two things on my mind. One is about resourcing, and the other thing that's linked to that is priorities. So, excuse me, I'll just pour myself a glass of water. So the first thing is about resourcing, really, which is that I've asked you to resource a live music action plan. I haven't seen this plan, and I don't think you have either. And I think that's problematic. So I'd like to know what you think about that. The other thing is some of you, or all of you, may be aware that I wrote to you about 4 weeks ago about the closure of music venue Dog with Two Tails. I heard back from 3 of you. So with respect, and I know there's a saying that if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all, I did wonder whether this was still a priority for our council. So I'm happy to take questions on my submission, and I'll leave those questions with you. Kia ora.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks, Craig, and thanks for your submission. So you're probably aware you're amongst a group of people who's been turning up around this subject. So, and I do have a question I've asked everyone, I'll ask you. The live action plan its arrival's imminent, soon to drop on our table. So the question I've asked many people like yourself is, when that arrives, what would you like to see in that, and what would you definitely not like to see omitted from it?
Sure. Well, kia ora, Steve. I'd like it to be awesome. I'd like to cover all of the community concerns that have been raised over the last 2 years. But I think particularly I would like to see it well-resourced in terms of how council is going to commit its own internal resources to it, but also how it's going to go above and beyond that to make it awesome. You know, we had a visit at the back end of last year from John Wardle from the Australian Live Music Office. I believe he met with you, Mayor Radich, and he's really impressed with what the community's been doing here in Otipoti. He was dead impressed with Save Dunedin Live Music, the way that they've organised and engaged with the council over 2 years. He was really impressed with the plans that we put together as a community and had Save Dunedin Live Music put to council. So, you know, all that work has taken place, and I think there's a real opportunity to either do something awesome or kind of let it slide, you know, do something okay and have things kind of just gradually keep going the way they are, which is also the way they've been for a long time. I'm a middle-aged person, middle-aged musician, and therefore old enough to remember 25 years ago when sound mitigation issues and persistent complaints from 1 or 2 apartments led to a significant amount of money being spent at Arc Cafe, which still didn't address the issues, and which, you know, was like with Dog with Two Tails, part of the downward spiral that sort of resulted. So, like I say, I think I have a clear sense that the city could go 2 ways on this issue, and obviously I'm hoping for the former rather than the latter. Kia ora.
Thank you. And just to save Councillor O'Malley asking the question, because again it's been asked regularly, and I'm saying this with the current places in mind and the new ones, yours and Moon's, in mind, that this is a planning issue. Is it essential that the next variation, i.e. variation 3 of the district plan, is part of the jigsaw in making sure we get this right?
Kia ora, Councillor O'Malley, and kia ora, Councillor Walker. Absolutely. It's essential. It's been discussed round and round. Council had a report about this nearly 2 years ago, which said all the things it needed to know about it from Styles Group. So yes, yes, and yes. There is one thing I'd add to that, though, which is a point that Nicholas McBride made when he was writing about theatre plans for the city about a year ago. And that's that we talk a lot about infrastructure, we talk a lot about buildings, we talk a lot about venues, but actually it's people and activity that equally make these things happen or don't make them happen, and it's people who give up on these challenges or are set back by these challenges to such an extent that they leave the business and don't come back. At worst. So I think, I want to acknowledge that, and I want to acknowledge that, I want to say that one of the things that I would expect to see in the Live Music Action Plan is also a significant focus on supporting people.
Councillor O'Malley.
And on that note, I know you say that there's not been a check-in with the creative community under Aratoi since 2017, and you'd be aware when that came out. What year did that strategy start?
I did once work for a local council in the, as an arts and culture worker, and the strategy was put in place in 2015. There was promised an annual check-in. I know one happened in 2017 because I organised it.
Very good. I think it's a point well made. Yes. Any more questions?
Sorry, just supplementary to that, I do recognise that there's been significant engagement by council with a range of parts of the arts and culture community around crises, disasters, issues as they've come up, mainly closure of venues from my point of view in performing arts. But, the community values the opportunity to get together, and that builds trust both with council and amongst different sections of the community. And I think that's the thing that we've really been missing from that opportunity.
Wonderful. I think that's all our questions at this point. So thank you very much for
in
coming
that case, I'd just like to add that from the 11 of you who didn't respond to my email about the closure of Dog with Two Tails, I would love to hear from you. Kia ora.
Very good. Thank you for your submission. Okay, so next on our list is Beatrice Lee. And thank you very much for coming early.
Yeah, good thing I did.
No, you have to start the microphone every time.
Thanks for having me. Yes, I'm here about dust suppression. So once, and
Yes.
let it go. Okay. I read your minutes on the decision you made about dust suppression, and sort of thought to say first thank you for aiming to otter seal the dusty bits of roads. I noted in the meantime that you're going to charge households half of your 540,000 annual bill. My comment on that is that from what we live on a house 20 metres from Double Hill Road in Waikouaiti, bio oil was put down in about late December, about a week before Christmas, and it had been dry in our area since September, and there were little bits of rain but nothing much. The bio oil was put down after heaps of grading. They did about 5 gradings within about 3 weeks, I think. Not sure why that was, possibly because you have to grade before you put the bio oil down, and maybe the truck was taking ages to come. So we had heaps of dust for a start. They put the bio oil down, and then we had a week of it before they broke for 2 weeks for Christmas. So we had about 3 weeks where we didn't have dust. It was great. And then the logging trucks that take the logs out of the Silver Peaks started coming again. They've been coming for about a year, and it's just been, I sent a wee photo with my application. We're just living under dust for about 3 months. So what I would suggest for you guys is to not put bio oil on, save yourself the cost of spreading it, purchasing it, doing all the grading, and having disappointed residents, and put all that money straight into otter sealing, because the time that we did get some more bio oil put on late February, and that did actually work, and it's still there to an extent, but that I think is because it rained about 2 days later, and it was a decent rain, and it's been raining since. So the stuff works when it's raining, but when there's dust and it's a dry summer for months, it doesn't work. And you might have less disappointed residents if you just go straight to the otter sealing, which I know it costs more, but sort of feel like DCC has some responsibility to do something about the dust, because you keep getting consenting houses that are close to dusty roads that have things like forestry trucks coming down, high-use forestry trucks at various times. You also know that we're going to have to get water off our roofs because there's no reticulated water, even though we get charged for water in the rates. And there's also things like recreation stuff up in the Silver Peaks that people use the road for. As far as I'm concerned, I'd love our road to be done first, or similar roads to ours where there's high usage of trucks and forestry, and the houses are consented close to roads that are dusty, and where there's recreational facilities up there. The other thing I'd say is that there's a lot of people up our road who have different issues with our road. Safety, the trucks park in the middle of the road, width of road, whole lot of things. And I know everybody has rung the council at different times about this. And it might, save a bit of time on your council staff part to meet with people, to just have a general discussion about the road, and also tell us what your priorities are and how you prioritise doing work. So essentially, that's me.
Great, thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Lee, for coming here. I've got 2 questions for you. One is, would you like us to explore whether or not the development of dust due to an industrial activity, i.e. logging, requires a dust suppression component of the person performing that activity? In other words, do we get the logging companies to deal with dust suppression when they are logging in the area? And then the second one is, I think the section road you're on already has a few houses next to it, like at a certain density. We suspended the seal extension activities in the city a long time ago, when we built the stadium. Would you like us to go back and look at some way of assessing sealing roads in different parts of the unsealed section of the network, that it relates to the density of houses on that section of road?
Yes, as far as getting forestry or big operations that are making money out of being up and down the road, and cause presumably you guys a bit of money in grading and upkeep as well, then I think that would be a great idea to go and talk to them about contributing to dust suppression. What was the other thing?
The old seal extension policy being reinstated around the density of houses rather than just extending roads.
Yeah, that could be good. Even somewhere up, like we've got a wee farm that to get to it from the other side, you go up Wright Road and Jones Road, and there's 12 houses consented up there. They're all close to the road, and they're getting forestry trucks going down their side as well. So they're, it's only going to happen for a certain amount of time, but they're dense and definitely affected. So yeah, I'd say definitely go and re-look at that. Yeah, sealing policy. I know you have heaps of other calls on your time, and I'd support things like the Otago Museum and things like that as well, getting money. But there's, I suppose we're just seeing it from our point of view for this particular thing. But yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Beatrice. Would you say that the people on Double Hill Road, it's just a stretch from where the seal ends to, or from Kilpatrick Corner up to the Terry's property, that are most affected because you live closest to the road?
it probably is those people particularly, and I know there's another family that's right beside the road like us as well. The other thing that I don't know possibly comes into considerations for that road is, I don't know where you are with it, but there was a proposal on the other side of the road from us that's between us and the seal that is, to put more dense housing in there, and you guys are still working on that decision through the 2GP, I think. But if that goes ahead and there's more houses there, there'll be even more close to the road. So yeah, that's definitely the main section that's affected up to where the Terries are. But.
And you have solar panels as well. Do your neighbours, and does the dust affect the solar capacity?
We haven't. What we found is if you wash the car at the start of the day, you'll have dust on it by the end of the day, and we haven't done that with the solar panels to see if they are affected by being covered in dust. But I imagine they would be. But that's just another of the you have to wash all the vegetables, fruit, anything you bring in. So. Oh, another thing actually, we have sheep in our paddocks down beside the road, and they started coughing over the summer, and I rang the vet and they ran through a few diseasey sort of things. It wasn't any of them. And then they said, do you have the sheep in the yards, in dusty yards very often? I said, well, no, but then I thought, well, they're getting dust all day, every day, and eating dust off the paddocks, and I wonder whether that's causing the sheep to have problems too. So I assume it's not good for us either.
Yes, well, the steady procession of trucks might make the difference, all right. Thank you. So we appear to have exhausted questions, so thank you very much for your presentation. So I'll just make a note here. Very good. And so, next, who have we got? Ben McKenzie from the Greater Green Island Network. There we go, you just press the button and you're away.
Tēnā koutou. Thanks for allowing us to speak here. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Greater Green Island Community Network. I sort of drew the short straw. They all send their apologies. They wish they could be here. Firstly, I'd just like to thank the Council for their continued efforts to improve our city and the lives of its residents. We believe that investing in our community is vital, especially during these challenging times. And a significant way you've done this is through the place-based community funding. As we've mentioned in our written submission, we believe that investing in our local communities will lead to a more vibrant and cohesive city. In partnership with local council, we're helping build stronger neighbourhoods and fostering a greater sense of belonging and wellbeing among residents. So thank you for that. Secondly, I want to highlight the importance of improving the safety of the Burnside underpass, as noted in our previous submissions. There has been indication this would be added to other projects, such as the Dunedin Tunnel Trails project. However, the most recent plans appear to avoid this intersection. It is important that we can make the underpass a safer and more accessible route for motor vehicles, pedestrians and cyclists alike. Doing so will help connect Concord to Kaikoura Valley and open the option for people to safely bike and walk to school, to work and other services in that area. Lastly, I want to stress the importance of the Dunedin Tunnels Trails project and the need for this to connect to the Concord, Green Island and the coastal areas. With more people using bikes for transportation and recreation, it's essential to have safe and accessible routes that connect different parts of the city. This will not only benefit individuals, but also contribute to a more sustainable and environmentally friendly city. Making sure Concord and Green Island are connected will enable lower socioeconomic areas to have the same access to this resource as everyone else. I urge the Council to prioritise these issues in the upcoming budget. By investing in our community, improving intersection safety measures and expanding our bike trail network, we can create a more connected, resilient and livable city. Thank you for your time and consideration in this.
Thank you. That was very concise. Questions to Councillor Malley?
It's a very specific one on the Concord Burnside underpass. In your photograph, you can actually see it. There's a stock underpass about 50 metres up the road. Would you like that also be considered in the design? Because it's a completely separated
I mean, it's a really tricky area because it's both council and NZTA. Everyone's got to come to the party. I think any solution would be a good solution for connecting that stuff up. At the moment, it's it just ends, and it's I'd love my son to be able to walk from Kokoro Valley up to Concord School and get picked up with the rest of the kids, but it's unsafe at the moment. So anything would be amazing.
I think we'd agree that that Main South Road underpass area is about as constricted as it could be, so there's not much space there to put much in. Yeah, thanks.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Smith. Thanks, Ben, for the substantial submission. It's a question I've posed to other place-based groups who have come to present. You're probably aware the council worked hard at the last LP to increase that funding. Is that funding at a level now that gives you a sense of greater ease/stroke satisfaction?
We were really surprised and really happy with the amount that we received last time. It meant that we could actually increase some of the stuff that we were doing, and it felt like the council were serious about supporting our place-based community groups. So yeah, we welcomed that and really appreciated it.
And at the last LTP, the argument from place-based groups was, I think the words were, you get great bang for your buck, or we do. Do you think that's still the case?
Yeah, and I think it's going to be increasingly important in the post-lockdown world, where we're just seeing a huge amount of the general public showing a lot of distrust for council and for government, and we're trusted. And I think it makes a very good avenue for us to work together to see that everyone gets what they're wanting and are asking for. Thank you.
Excellent. Do we have any more questions? No? I think we've covered it. Thank you very much. Cheers. Sorry? Yes. And the gentleman's just here to listen? Yes. Okay, so we don't, in fact, have anyone else till 1:40. So I move that we have an adjournment until 1:40. Seconded Councillor Deputy Mayor Barker. All those in favour say aye. Carried. Here we are. Here we go again. First up, we have Ruth Harvey and Kate Schrader from the Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust. Thank you. The next 5 minutes are all yours.
Kia ora koutou, ko Kate Schrader toko ingoa.
Ko Ruth Harvey toko ingoa.
So as you know, each year DFAT runs an 11-day multidisciplinary Dunedin Fringe Festival, the AMPT Music Mentorship Program for high school aged youth, the 4-day New Zealand Young Writers Festival, the Te Whare o Rukutia performance venue in partnership with DCC, and the Dunedin Community Gallery on behalf of the DCC, as well as the White Box Gallery in Fringe HQ. And Dunedin City Council remains one of our most critical partners, so we thank you so much for all the many ways that you support us and the whole arts and culture sector in Dunedin. Art builds community and has inherent value in much the same way as sport does. So there's an abundance of research worldwide that proves the participation in arts and culture results in increased health and well-being, stronger social cohesion, reduced recidivism for formerly incarcerated youth and adults, a nurturing of individual, national and cultural identity, and much more. And our submission centres on that basic fact that art and culture is a necessary part of a healthy, vibrant and connected community, and is therefore a core part of DCC's work to nurture community in this city.
So when viewed through this lens, the sector requires an adequate level of support to shift from bare basic survival mode into a connected ecosystem that can fully meet the creative needs of this city's diverse communities. So as such, our submission calls on the Council to increase funding to the arts and culture sector as a whole and to move to multi-year general operating trust-based funding for established organisations that play a pivotal role in supporting the local creative ecosystem. So speaking from our perspective, we can't emphasise enough the negative impact that inadequate levels of funding has and how damaging, in particular, project-based funding is when we're actually a year-round organisation.
And we'll give an example from our own experience. So in December, we hired and trained 5 production and marketing contractors to help us deliver the Fringe. And then in April, at the end of that delivery, we had to let them all go. And this week, so it's the beginning of May, we are posting jobs for the New Zealand Young Writers Festival and marketing and production contractors again. It's a waste of time, talent and money to have to let go of trained contractors when new ones are needed within a month or two. And project-based funding only lets us do the bare minimum to make these programs successful. But with year-round staff, we reduce the possibility of burnout, we improve our programs, deepen community relationships with artists, audiences, sponsors, partners, more proactive collaborations, and we're more strategic rather than reactive in our work. And we are not alone in that. So by comparison, funds like the City Service Grant are exemplary. Of the 18 or so grants that we apply for each year, it's one of the only sources of funding that explicitly covers general operating costs, such as core staff wages, occupation costs, and the reluctance of many funders to support general operating can be counterproductive and ironically makes it harder to do our core work. So just with DCC alone, each year we apply for 3 sources and of grant funds split over 2 different teams and with the same or a similar format. Imagine if we only needed to do that once, how much time we would save on both sides and the security and evolution we could have in our programs. Council funding for the arts also needs to centre equity, those who have traditionally missed out, particularly organisations led by Māori, Pacifica and other historically excluded communities. They need targeted support. All these improvements are possible and we would be absolutely delighted to work with Council and other peer organisations to bring them to fruition.
So we also wanted to highlight a couple of other things. We asked the Council to work with the Theatre Network to explore their proposal to renovate the Playhouse Nat and the Mayfair and continue working collaboratively with Save Dunedin Live Music as solutions to the venue losses around the city are sought. We believe a single solution is impractical, multiple solutions will be needed to support a vibrant ecosystem of both community and professional level performing arts and music. And we encourage the Council to explore collaborating with other local and national funders to support decolonisation, anti-racist and anti-ableist work that should be expected of all historically Pākehā-led arts and culture organisations. And it's time to update the Arotoe strategy. A lot's changed since 2015. So that's basically all we have to say.
Wonderful. Thank you. I wonder, what do we have in the way of questions? Councillor Walker, ever reliable.
In the absence of other hands going up, was giving a chance. Thanks, guys, for coming back. Two questions, considering this is largely a budgetary process we're going through. I'm surprised to read that Te Whare o Rakatia is under-resourced. What's the number on that? What's by how much?
That's a great question. It comes down to, so the two things that we're missing staffing levels. So again, it's general operating. We need marketing support and we need production support for that space to really operate properly, where we are suggesting part-time staff for both of those roles. So, you know, we're talking less than $100,000 probably, yeah.
Thank you. And the second question, the financial one, you've, like lots of groups, you'd rather move on to a multi-year funding rather than project-based funding. And again, this being a budgetary process, what does that number look like? And if you don't know now, would that number appear in front of us perhaps at next year's LTP?
So the first part of your question, the number, it sort of depends on what we're delivering, but it's what we would be applying usually to the City Services Grant for. Would that be fair to say? So it's, you know, it depends, but in the round this year we're looking at what, like $30,000 to $40,000 annually. And then, sorry, Steve, what was the second part of your question?
So if it's 30,000 and 40 and add a 10 on, maybe make it 50, would you come to the long-term plan next year and maybe ask for a service level agreement for X number of years at 50k inflation linked? I'm just throwing some ideas out there.
Yeah, so I guess one of the things I'd like to say is that, again, to my point about multi-year, but as I said, we applied to the council for 3 pots of funding. What if we were only doing one application? So 30 to 50,000 is only for one of those 3 grant applications we're asking for. So yeah, we would be adding it up. And I think, you know, also to speak to my point about we're at subsistence level, we're at survival mode at this point. What we would like to ask for might be different to what we're encouraged to ask for. So I guess that's what needs to be clarified.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Ruth and Kate, for coming to see us again. You say that Arotoe strategy needs updated with the arts and culture at its core, and I see in your very impassioned presentation to us health, well-being and social cohesion of all of our people. You don't just mean the creative and artistic community, you mean the well-being for all of Dunedin. So what aspirational things would you want in the strategy update?
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head there, which is that we, you know that Fringe has an open access kaupapa, and what that means is we believe everybody is an artist and that everybody has the right to express themselves creatively and that everybody benefits from that. So we would like to see the message shift away from product-based views on arts and culture, value in terms of economic things being put front and centre. What we're saying is that arts and culture has an inherent value that is beyond money, that brings strength and well-being to this community, and that should be front and centre. So, yeah.
Great. Councillor Houlihan, we've got time for a quick question.
Thank you. I had actually exactly the same question as Councillor Mayhem, but we have had a group called Creative Dunedin Partnerships, which I believe is now being restructured. Any ideas on what sort of form that could take? It's the arm of the Aratoi strategy, so it oversees all that strategy and it has representatives from each, music, theatre, that sort of thing. Any feedback on that from your point of view?
It's a very good question. I guess from my personal perspective is that the more voices at the table, the better. So what you have all experienced, no doubt, over a period of time is that there are many intersecting needs and desires, but also different areas too where people are pulling apart a bit, and the more we can collaborate, the stronger the sector is together. So I just think that broad idea of partnership and collaboration should be fostered in as many different ways as we possibly can, and we are very keen to be involved in that. So, yeah.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thanks for having us.
Now, next we have Ms. Ruth Graham. No sign of. And thank you, Ms. Graham, for coming early. And I just draw Councillor's attention to Mr. Eklund. Councillor Eklund, I'm told it's your birthday today. Oh. How about that? It escaped notice. He didn't tell us at morning tea. Happy birthday, dear Bill. Hey, happy birthday to you. On the coattails of the arts and culture. Anyway, we're now on to something completely different. No. Ms. Graham.
Kia ora, everyone. My name is Ruth Graham, and I'm here today to talk about the South Dunedin Library and Community Complex. I'm here on behalf of my family to honour the commitment my late mother, Anne Turvey, made to the establishment of permanent public library services in the southern area of the city. And for the information of the council, I grew up in Richardson Street, and I've worked as a librarian for over 20 years, but not in the city. For this oral submission, I want to provide a bit of background, as far as I know, to emphasise how long the people of the southern area of Dunedin have been waiting for the community services promised by this project. And in light of the current delay, I would like to ask the Council to review the existing budget. For those who do not know, my mother was the last Deputy Mayor of the Borough of St Kilda and a Dunedin City Councillor for 1989 to 1998. And over the years, she and many other people made representations to these annual plan meetings asking the Council to establish a public library in South Dunedin. What I know of the background is that my mother was directly involved with the discussions following the amalgamation of the Borough of St Kilda, the city and other authorities, and in her 2003-2004 submission on the annual plan she outlined that a South Dunedin public library was raised at the time of amalgamation. The decision was by the newly formed council at that time was to support those communities where existing public libraries were, but to pay the rent for the St Kilda Volunteer Library until a public library could be built. And for that particular purpose, there would be a dedicated amount in the annual plan as a reminder of the commitment and intention of a promise to be kept, my mother's words in her submission. Now, I understand that over time, this particular amount of money has gone off and on the annual budget, but finally, yay, success, 2017. $2.5 million allocated in the Council's draft budget for the South Dunedin Community Hub. Even better, 2019, purchase of the site on the corner of King Edward Street and McAndrew Road for $4.7 million. And then in 2021, announcement a new complex would be built, the budget of $11.56 million included in the 2021-31 draft annual plan. But here we all sit, it's 2023, and it seems the project will not get underway until 2025, and it won't finish until 2027. And that, by then it's going to be 38 years following amalgamation. Naturally, my family and I are disappointed with the current delay of the project. We know it meant a lot to my mother and other people. And this has raised concerns with us about the allocated budget. Will it be enough in light of increased building and labour costs over the past 2 years? We don't want to see a situation where the intended design is cut down to fit all the words budget blow out across the ODT. So my request here today, because of this delay, is in this review period, I am respectfully asking the Council to review and revise the allocated budget for the South Dunedin Library and Community Complex to reflect current costs. Mr Mayor and Councillors, I thank you for your time. That's really all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sure there'll be some questions. Do we have? No. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Dr. Graham. I just want to the concern you're raising, I think, am I right in saying that you're worried that if that budget item stays with that value on it, then we'll end up with a smaller building being built because inflation will have clearly eaten it up?
It's a possibility, and you know, this council has been through an experience lately around delays and budgets and money and buildings. And so I guess I'm signalling the concern that I feel and maybe others feel as well.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks for coming along with Dr Graham. You've obviously inherited a degree, at least, of your mother's perseverance. I wonder if well, let me just say that given the T-shirts and some of the slogans around the room at the moment about budget cuts, I think you can probably take a degree of comfort from our attitude to what central government is doing in respect of how we might behave ourselves if the worst comes to the worst. But that said, there's certainly my observation that there is a very strong commitment to this community facility happening, and happening in the form that's been conceived, and happening without any unnecessary delay. I think everyone around the table has been a bit frustrated that things have been a bit slower than we would have liked, but let's hope with pressure from people like yourself we can get there sooner rather than later.
Thank you.
Good question, sorry.
Any questions? Yes? Still waiting. Right. I think we've covered the questions we have. Thank you very much. Thank you for your submission. Yeah. Right. 2:20. So, Ms. Pooley, thank you very much for coming early, and because there's a couple of people that haven't showed at this stage, so it would be great if you could present your submission now. Would that be okay? Seated, yeah, seated. There's one each there with a microphone for each. If you just moved along to your, yes, if the gentleman just moves to his left, you'll be right.
kia ora koutou. I'm
Yep, you're good.
I am Marlene Pooley, so I'm the co-chair of Otago Military History Group. We're a group to preserve and enhance our military history in the city. So our proposal today is an information board on the Boer War Memorial at the Oval. We've found that most people know very little or absolutely nothing about the Boer War, so to have some information there is would be a very good matter to have. So when people walk past, they can read it, learn a wee bit. It's quite significant in our history. It's the first overseas military campaign that New Zealanders went to. We had 10 contingents and in total sent 6,500 men overseas. The first 4 contingents were all privately funded, and the 4th one was organised mainly through Otago, so it's significant for us as well. So our proposal is put up the board. There are a number of options how we go about that, but we are hoping it would be a public event, that there would also be invites to MPs, councillors, various military groups and things like that as well. So including perhaps an afternoon tea afterwards, we're estimating the cost to be about $2,300. And there's a number of options of how to go forward with that. We don't know if the council have people that research and write up information boards, but that is certainly something that we have done in the past, and we can do as well, and we're happy to do that. And we just need to know if there will be funding for that, and whether the council wants to take the lead on that with our input, or if they wish us to take the lead on that with a liaison, perhaps with council. So we already know Stephen Hogg, so we get lots of our permissions through him currently.
Very good. So we have a couple of questions. Councillor Walker.
Thanks for coming in. Just so I'm clear here, all this is going to cost us $2,300.
That's our estimation, yes.
Okay, cool. So my first thought was if we all gave $150, you're sorted. Who's the chair of the grants? So correct me if I'm wrong here. Are you aware of the fact that you can apply to the small grants? Is that still happening? $500, that sort of thing. Are you aware of the various grant opportunities that sit within council?
Yes, of some of them, not in detail.
Your microphone.
I am not in detail, but I know that they are. Stephen just recommended that we start here.
Could I suggest through the chair, the mayor, that perhaps direction is given to the group to put them in the direction of our funding opportunities?
Yeah, look, there's a range of ways to go about that. It's perfectly reasonable to bring it along here and air the proposal, but probably given the size of it, it would be reasonable just to take it to the grants committee and apply for a grant. And that may well cover it. But so this is an interpretation panel. The thing that worries me about the price that you've estimated here seems a little bit light for something that's going to be durable and weatherproof. But do you think? So it can be done for that? Yeah.
It can, and we also have plenty of volunteer hours within our group, and some donated products. Bunnings are very much on board with a lot of things as well, so some of our products are donated.
Yep. Great. Okay. We've got a further question from Councillor Houlihan.
I'm just wondering if you've applied to Rotary at all, because I know our club did quite a bit of the things along the West Harbour, and they're a bit, those interpretation panels and things, so it might be something they would look at, and it's obviously not a lot of money, so it would tick a lot of boxes.
And Deputy Mayor Barker, do you have a question? Yes.
Trying to think of how to phrase it a question. I guess, are you aware that there was a similar project done in the Northern Cemetery recently? You've got your head nod.
Yes, with Richardson, that was our group that did that.
Great.
So so we're doing people as well. So people who either had some significant military record, or when they've come back into society have done significant things. That was Sir John Richardson, who was instigated women coming into the university classes. Also helped out with Mrs. Fairrumpel with the Otago Girls High School, so higher education. So yes, so he was one of our projects.
Great. So is that sufficient information for you at this stage?
Certainly.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your submission. No further questions? Yep. Great. Thank you very much.
And my apologies too. My colleague here is Neil McAndrew as well. He's a member of our group, and he's also a descendant through Richardson and McAndrew lines, Dunedin families. Mm.
Very good.
Yes.
Yeah, it'll still be mentioned in our dispatches, yes. Thank you. Very good. Kia ora. Now, we have Mr. Miller from Predator Free Dunedin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Sorry for my lateness. I went to the wrong place. So Predator Free Dunedin are coming into our 5th year of operations this year. Currently 23 people employed across the 3 projects. We've removed 55,000 possums to date, 1,700 mustelids and 17,000 rats. We have 2 new key sponsors, being Wanita Forestry and City Forests. Both of these entities have seen the need for biodiversity and biosecurity initiatives that are both good for the community, good for our environment, and protects their commercial value. The Otago Peninsula Biodiversity Group is delivering efforts to eradicate possums from the peninsula. Our assessment is that there are less than 15 possums in the outer peninsula, basically from Portobello out to Pukakura, Tairoa Head. So we're down to the last few. The Halo project, another delivery partner, is working across 23,000 hectares of a 45,000 hectare footprint, deploying self-resetting traps so as to provide a network that can be resourced sustainably, and in doing so protects the inner project area from re-invasion and to protect some of the largest conservation areas within Dunedin. The Halo project continues to work collaboratively with Osprey's TB Free program, so we see immense gains for biodiversity, primary industry and communities in this area. The DCC is delivering the City Sanctuary project. It's supporting communities to undertake predator control in 34 suburbs throughout the city. Predator control being carried out in these backyards and reserves across the urban areas is crucial to connect the 3 projects, provides a pathway for habitat and taonga species dispersal between our conservation estates, such as in the Silver Peaks, out to the Halo project area in Orokonui and to the Otago Peninsula. I'd really like to acknowledge the support of the DCC. The 23 entity membership that makes up the Predator Free Dunedin Trust strongly acknowledges the support received to date from the DCC and the leadership it has demonstrated towards achieving the national vision for a Predator Free New Zealand by 2050, both through its support of Predator Free Dunedin and more directly through the City Sanctuary project. We're grateful for DCC's financial contribution to PFD between 2018 and this year of $850,000 and its ongoing inclusion of predator control operations in council reserves as in-kind support. We acknowledge the large commitment made by the DCC as the delivery partner for the City Sanctuary project. This project is critical for community-led predator control in backyards and reserves, and the project has seen a high level of success over the last 4 years. And also Verge's Cottage, which is a wonderful asset It's kindly been lent from the DCC to PFD. I'd encourage all of you to visit the team at Verges Cottage to talk to them about their work and see some of the tools in action. It's, for those of you who don't know, it's adjacent to your car park, so it's about a 10-metre walk. Currently, it's still disguised as a hairdressing salon, but it's not. I've listed a number of benefits of predator control to the DCC in the written submission. I won't go over all of these, but I want to hone in on the benefits for the zero carbon goals. We're seeing increasing amounts of literature and research in New Zealand supporting the role that landscape scale predator control has in improving the ability of native forest ecosystems to sequester carbon. Clearly, by removing possums and browsers, forests have much improved forest health and canopy coverage, therefore can sequester more carbon. Working behind Osprey, we're able to maintain the gains of their work and their budget by ensuring there is a continued and sustained application of resource to possum control. The 35,000 hectare buffer that is currently being subject to deployment of our trapping network has its success premised upon working behind Osprey, who are delivering this knockdown. Surprisingly, we are the only entity in New Zealand who deliberately has a strategy of working behind Osprey to ensure this multi-million-dollar investment from Osprey is maintained. The 35,000 hectare buffer spans Chain Hills, Flagstaff, Swampy Summit and the Silver Peaks, and it uses the Taieri River as a natural barrier to limit reinvasions. So it helps to protect some of the largest conservation areas in Dunedin, as well as assets such as Silver Stream for water. This expansion has not included contribution from the DCC for the Three Waters estate at Silver Stream, which is about 3,500 hectares. PFD urges the DCC to further general biodiversity enhancement across this area by supporting our predator control operations to complement efforts across the proposed expansion area. These large areas often have very high predator and pest browser populations. The DCC's political and financial support to enable PFD to complete large-scale and cost-effective works across these areas is vital to our collective success. There have been previous difficulties between agencies seeking to undertake large-scale predator control within this water catchment, leading to a tripling and quadrupling of expected operational costs. So my request to councillors is that there is a red carpet approach to enabling pest control within these areas. This doesn't mean not participating in robust due diligence of methodologies and impacts, but it does require openness and a willingness to be led by evidence. PFD can't afford to implement operations across council estate that are 3 to 4 times higher than usual, and therefore we need this type of partnership to be enabled. Overall, predator-free Dunedin encourages the DCC to further its commitment to the PFD movement by ensuring its full estate is managed effectively and cohesively. This includes through continued support for the City Sanctuary project and by funding predator control across its park estate as it is, and by being more enabling within its Three Waters estate. We're also in full support of council-led cat control initiatives such as the promotion of responsible cat ownership through desexing and microchipping. We strongly urge the council to continue this work and have been very happy with the amount of work that has been implemented since the last annual plan hearing, so thank you for that progression. We do encourage the DCC to shift towards making desexing and microchipping mandatory for all pet cats. Currently there's a strong encouragement for voluntary action, which is a great start. Over time we'd like to see this become mandatory. I think that's me actually.
Yeah.
Yep.
We have a question from Deputy Mayor Barker.
Can you just tell me a little bit more about the City Sanctuary? Is the only support that council provides to FTE positions, is that correct?
So you have to restart every time.
Council have provided $150,000 cash per annum for 5 years, so that's finishing this year, and then have provided in-kind support through 2 staff members. And I guess it's a bit of a cyclical thing. In return, Predator Free Dunedin have provided council with 2 additional staff members through funding. So the current status is the funding has finished, but that in-kind support through 2 committed staff members continues.
So just to clarify, does the funding finish at the end of this financial year, at the end of June, does it? And there's nothing through for the next year? Are you asking us to give some funding for that?
I'll be asking you at the LTP. Yeah, but right now we've saved money, so we're not out. We believe we can get by, but we will definitely be coming for a return visit and a longer term strategy, which coincides nicely with the LTP. Yeah.
Excellent. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you so much, Reece, for coming along today. My question is about feral cats. So I wondered, in your pest eradication and trapping program, do you find cats in the traps?
Yeah, we do occasionally. There aren't, I think, we've probably had about 20 across the whole area over 4 years. So in the context of, 55,000 possums. And 1,700 mustelids. So that we know they're feral cats because they're generally tiny, and they're typically kittens, like feral kittens. So they haven't had the lessons from mum yet.
So you get a large portion of funding from the Biodiversity Fund, is that right, for tree planting and the other programs you carry out?
That's different. That's a different project. That would probably be the Halo project restoration work. So this is just focused on the predator-free work. Yeah. So we haven't had any funding from the bio funds for this work. It's been through parks primarily. Yeah.
Great. Could you I just want to double check those figures. 1,700 mustelids, but 17,000 rats. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. So mustelids have a very large home range. So you don't see high numbers of them. So it's actually a large amount. Doesn't sound like much in comparison to the rats, but their home range is between 10 and 100 hectares. So lower populations, big areas. Yep.
Yes, just confirming that. That's very good going. Councillor Houlihan.
Are there an increase in rats, do you think? Are you noticing that? Or?
We were concerned that when we took out possums, that might lead to an influx of rats because of that, basically a switching on food. But we undertook some monitoring to assess that response, and it wasn't there. So there may be an increase in rats in some places, but it'll be very much driven by a whole lot of other matters such as food availability, weather. Yeah, so it's a bit hard for us to tell.
So do you get calls from the public who say, "Oh, we've got possums," or how does it work? Do you advertise and people contact you, and do individuals pay you for the service, or how does that system work?
No, it's free for everyone, which is great. That's important to us. The 3 delivery partners will work within their communities to raise the profile of the project and really to get volunteers and residents on board. So it's a mixed model of, I didn't say, I think we've got we had 40,000 volunteer hours last year in addition to our 23 staff. So it's a mixed model of volunteers, residents and staff.
Fantastic. Councillor O'Malley.
Hopefully I can get it out in the last 20 seconds. The Taranaki Maunga project has got sentinel traps out for possums as well, and they haven't caught anything for 6 months now, so they're starting to get to the point where they think they might have got to zero. How will you determine you've hit zero out on the peninsula?
Yeah, good question. So we just had a run over with dogs from Taranaki, actually came down in January this year, so they probably the best dogs in the country just for sensing. They located 6 in the outer peninsula. We use cameras, so we've got permanent cameras. We'll use the dogs. We'll use thermal. So we've been flying drones around the cliffs of the peninsula to determine if there's any lone possums hanging around in those cliffs, and we found one right down the bottom of a cliff, which is quite happy. So those sorts of tools. Typically, the rule is that you have 2 years without any catch or observation, and you can declare eradication. So even after we get to 0, we will have a 2-year time frame of having to feel confident that we've got the. Yeah.
So, just a question of your interpretation of the possum at the bottom of the cliff. Do you think it fell down there, or got itself down there and could get itself back out of there?
I think it could get out. It would be a steep climb, but I think it was just quite happy. It had a bit of scrub around it, and no one else, and it was probably just a lonely possum that was quite happy in its loneliness.
Yeah. Fascinating. So, if there are no more questions, we'll say thank you very much for your submission.
Yeah, thank you.
And congratulations on the high success rate. Yes, by all means. So councillors, I just let you know that Mrs. Karen Anderson, due at 2:40, is there ready to come onto Zoom, so we'll take her early if she's ready, and then we'll have a break before the sprint to the finish. So. Zoom is coming up, and if Ms. Anderson can hear us or hear me, she could unmute the microphone and let us know.
Yes, I think quite early.
Yes, we are early, but I thought
which is a good thing, but I just dashed back to the computer. Fortunately, your voice is very loud, Your Worship.
Oh, good. I'll move back from the microphone.
I heard it in the kitchen.
Oh, good.
Right. I'm just going to set up for sharing screen.
Great.
So
there we go. Yes.
You can see my conclusion.
We can.
We're well ahead of time.
Yes.
And unfortunately, because you've taken over my screen, right, I apologise for being in the kitchen, and gosh, you're 15 minutes early.
We're trying to be efficient.
Okay.
It's one of the characteristics of council.
Aiming for 10 minutes early, not 15. You can see my screen, and am I good to go, Your Worship?
Yes, you are. We'll start the clock again.
Right. Okay, so firstly, a correction for paragraph 2.2 of my submission. Both references are obviously to section 46, but I apologise for that typo. So it should take me 4 minutes, and I've got 2 points. So the first is that you asked how you are doing. Well, you know, we've just had 3 Ombudsman's inquiries upheld against you already this year, including the Ombudsman requiring you to apologise in relation to dog issues. We've got 4 ongoing investigations across the whole dog management activity. You're putting up new signage that is false, the things that I listed in my submission. There's no improvement on the outstanding issues, so unfortunately you seem to be doing worse than ever before. And one of the really important issues is that you have claimed and continue to refer to over 1,000 new dogs in Dunedin from 2022, but you've only reported 142, which makes over $126,000 of dog revenue just disappear, which is a lot from a budget of just over 1.5 million. Now, your second point was you asked what to include in future plans. And law-abiding dog owners just aren't getting time to make suggestions because we're too busy dealing with breaches. This year, it is stated fees and charges are unchanged in the consultation document, which hides they have changed, and that hides that you're actually planning to change the tags and cease to issue registration tags for a current registration year, if that's what we are to take from lifetime tags, because naturally you provided no information. Now, my submission identified significant financial, dog and human welfare, environmental and legal issues with all of the possibilities of what that might mean. And you are stuck with the fact that if this could be defended, you wouldn't be hiding it behind a falsehood, denying what you're doing. So in that context, I want to reinforce that you are legally required to issue a tag to dog owners with a current registration year by the Dog Control Act. If you don't like the dog registration system, and I would agree, it could do with a little updating, then petition Parliament to amend the Act. I would get in behind you and support you to do that. But just breaching the Act by refusing to issue a tag for the current year breaches your obligations. And that breach places dog owners in breach of theirs. And this is criminal legislation. It's a criminal offence. Especially in the context of being able to choose to purchase discs and labels from local manufacturers that are making recyclable tags and doing so more cheaply than the ones you're currently using. That really reflects on you. That option isn't on the table for consideration. The tragedy is that option is the only option that wouldn't allow you to leverage your breach of the Dog Control Act to drag dog owners into a breach. And as I identified in my submission, that is the only option that will prevent you using the Dog Control Act enforcement scheme to collect eye-wateringly huge amounts of money per annum anytime you choose to drop the enforcement acts on dog owners' necks. Now, I'm just encouraging you. You ask lots of questions about things like parking fees. The power to set them lies with the CEO. You don't ask questions about dog fees, which the Dog Control Act prescribes are set by you according to prescribed criteria. That doesn't include false statements in your consultation documents to hide what you're doing. So my suggestion for the future is you reflect on, I'm getting feedback here, I'm hearing myself, but nonetheless I'm closing out. My suggestion for the future is that you reflect on the outcome if you continue with your plan to force dog owners into committing criminal offences. And I'm reminding you, it's 2023. Keep it illegal, keep it local, keep it green. And in 2023, we really shouldn't need to be having a conversation around those issues.
Thank you.
That's it, Sue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very well timed. Now, are you happy to take questions?
As I had said in my, at the bottom there, Sue, yes.
Good. Does anyone have a question? Look, there appears to be none, so thank you, Ms Anderson, for your presentation. It's very clear and very easy to read. It's very legible and delivered very concisely. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue, and I hope you can carry on staying ahead of schedule.
Thank you, so do we. Good afternoon. There we go. Now, I'm checking on the time. I move we take an adjournment until 2:50 p.m. Secretary Deputy Mayor Barker. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Carried. Just give it a second. It could be a couple of minutes extra, gentlemen. So a very warm welcome to Dean McElwee, Mr. Dean McElwee and Mr. Andrew Sims from the Mosgiel Community Board. So you've got a PowerPoint presentation here for us, and I welcome you to give us 5 minutes of presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors, DCC staff. First of all, heartfelt thank you from the Mosgiel Tauri community for the DCC and the support that we've had, the ongoing support and mahi. We're very excited about Tupuna o Whakaehu, our brand new aquatic centre opening very soon. We can hardly contain our excitement. The planned redevelopment of Outram Glen and the destination playground at Memorial Park. And also I'd like to specifically thank the DCC staff for their commitment to supporting the Mosgiel Tauri Community Board. In particular to Jennifer Lapham, Scott McLean, Sandy Graham and Councillor Cherry Lucas for their determination to help us to make the Mosgiel Tauri Community Board a highly effective community board. Heavy traffic on Gordon Road. The truck that you can see there weighs 53 tonnes. It travels up and down the main street of Mosgiel 8 or 9 times a day, carting sand between Mount Allen and Fairfield. The removal of heavy traffic from Gordon Road was the DCC's #2 priority in 2003. It's 20 years later, and the trucks are still going up and down Gordon Road. This is the Dunedin City Integrated Transport Strategy from 2013. It's 79 pages long. It's a fantastic document full of graphs and rationale, and it's a brilliant document. One of the priorities in that document is the separation of heavy transport and the population in Mosgiel. 2013, we're 10 years on. All the other priorities, the Eastern Freight Bypass done, Central City upgrade underway, Portobello Harrington upgrade underway, Shared Path State Highway 88 to Port Chalmers almost done, Mosgiel, nothing. It's 10 years. I'm struggling to explain to our people why that is, and I'm just wondering, is it just Mosgiel? Are we waiting for another child on their way home from school to be killed? Perhaps an elderly person, is that going to be the trigger? Heavy traffic on Gordon Road is unsafe and it destroys the economic and social heart of our town, and the time for action is now. I'd like to pass over to Dean for the cycle trail presentation, please.
Thanks, Andrew. Good afternoon. Thank you again for taking the time to read the Mosgiel Tauri Community Board full submission to our 2023 annual plan. In particular, the Mosgiel Tauri Community Board would like to emphasise the importance of the proposed cycle trails through not only our board area, but through and around our beautiful city. In particular, we support the Tauri Trails Group with their proposed trail from Waihola to Wingatui to meet up with the Dunedin Tunnels Trails Trust trail through the Wingatui Tunnel into our wonderful city, Uriputi. Now, cycle trails on the Tauri tick many boxes for local communities and local councils alike, such as the future development strategy, zero carbon commuting options, accessible and low-cost community recreation, link local communities, provide and safe off-road options and link to the Central Otago and Queenstown Lakes Trails network, but also link to the Dunedin International Airport, which I believe is in the Dunedin City Holdings Group. Without cycle trails, how can any local government meet the demanding legislation imposed from central government? The old saying, cycle trails are rivers of gold, none such more proven than the township of Clyde, What was once a dead-end abandoned railway yard when the Clutha River was dammed is now the vibrant cycling hub of central Otago. Could we be next? Not since the late 1800s, when gold was found in Gabriel's Gully, have we had the same opportunity to provide the same riches for our province. The Mosgiel Community Board seeks your support in making this a reality.
Thanks, Dean, and I've got Thanks, Dean. I've just got 2 seconds to show you that slide there. I know other boards have talked about the Community Board Discretionary Fund. There's the inflation calculator. This fund was set in 1990 at $10,000. That's the equivalent today to do the same amount of work. Requires $21,218. We would strongly support the council giving consideration to that fund being reviewed and brought up to date to allow community boards to be a little bit more effective than what they are. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Excellent. You happy to take questions?
Certainly.
Councillor Ackland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Andrew, you're talking about the main road of Mosgiel in relation to the trucks and heavy traffic. I well and truly remember over 10 years, probably even 15 years ago, that was a huge consideration for council way back then. But I do recall that Rickerton Road was not practical to be used to take the load off Gordon Road. So what are you suggesting should be done in terms of getting the heavy traffic off Gordon Road?
The only option, I think, the only worthwhile option to consider is Rickerton Road. I don't know why Rickerton Road was canned. I know that was advanced in 2009. There was work done to look at that. I don't know why that was scuttled. The reasons that are given within the Mosgiel community are stuff of folklore, I think. But there would be people around this table here that would have a better idea than I. But as a layperson looking from the outside, well, in fact, not as a layperson, as somebody that's spoken to traffic engineers, other than cost, there is no reason why Rickerton Road wouldn't work.
My understanding was that it was the space, the width of it, and that when you compare the two roads, especially Rickerton Road, even at 80 kilometres an hour, it's a very narrow road and dangerous even just with cars, let alone the trucks. But you may have a different view from your end.
There's no suggestion that Rickerton Road in its current form is suitable. My understanding is, and there may be councillors here that know this, but that the council actually started the process of buying land to widen the road. And that's quite evident when you look at where some of the fences are to some of the properties, that the council did commence buying land to widen the road. And that was also going to include a shared path so that cyclists could safely travel down that road as well. So I don't know why that was shelved. All I know is it's in that plan there. It was a priority in 2003, and we've still got 60-tonne trucks running up and down the main street of Mosgiel. If that sand truck was running through the Octagon 9 times a day, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Same question.
Same question. Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your submission today, gentlemen. Same question as Councillor Ackland. In regards to the obvious options that you may have that to remove heavy traffic. You've referred to one. Is there any others you think there are?
I think the only other possibility is certainly Haggard Alexander Drive would be off the table now. There's over 400 houses on that stretch. It doesn't avoid, it would still mean the trucks would go through the junction at Quarry Road. Doesn't achieve what you want it to achieve. So it's probably Rickerton Road or Gladfield Road are the only two options. Gladfield Road is a lot further for the trucks to go and would require 2 bridges to be built, which wouldn't need to be built on Rickerton Road. You could use the existing bridges.
Right, thank you. And in answer to your question, I wouldn't be happy if there was a stock truck outside my store when I was selling a 5-carat diamond ring. I guess unless it was a rich Tory farmer, possibly they might feel quite at home. But Anyway, I feel your pain.
Thank you.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. In your written submission, you talk about a couple of maintenance issues that obviously the business of the ORC. Have you talked to them about your concerns?
Thank you, Councillor Benson-Pope. Yes, I have. I have had an email conversation with Gretchen Robertson, and she has agreed to meet with me to talk through with Michelle Mifflin to talk through our concerns, particularly regarding the lack of maintenance of the silver stream and also the other flood protection assets on the Taieri.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Andrew and Dean. I guess you've been spying yesterday, and thank you for that inflation-adjusted number around the discretionary fund. So question around that is, do you find come end of financial year that there's pressure on that $10,000 currently?
I think the issue is that there's a lot of stuff that we deflect because it would wipe that fund out in one go or close to that. So, and I just wanted to give you one example of that. Along with Councillor Lucas and a couple of other board members, I attended the Anzac Day celebration at Anzac Park on Sunday. Because of the size of the park and the turnout, a lot of people were forced to stand on the other side of State Highway 87 with the buses and the trucks going through the middle. But they couldn't hear a thing and they couldn't see a thing. Now that's a situation that can be solved for $3,000 or $4,000. We can get a decent PA, we can get a stage for the people to stand on, we can give it we can give that event the dignity that it deserves. That should be easy to do. It should be easy to do at a community board level, but $3,000 or $4,000 is 30 or 40% of our existing funds. So yeah, and I think this is an issue. I think community boards can solve local problems and deal with local issues very efficiently if they're given the tools to do that.
Okay, thank you. So your answer is yes. So the second question is around the very touchy subject of the potential for a extension to the cycleway. Very strong competing sides in terms of returning the train or turning it into a cycle trail. How do we square that circle? And have you thought or considered the logical suggestion by some that we can have the best of both worlds?
What we're asking for is that the economic argument for a cycle trail be laid down on the table next to the economic argument for the train. And all of the considerations are looked at in terms of what's going to give the community the best return. Please understand that Dean and I are elected to represent the people of Mosgiel Taieri, and we're elected on the basis of an outcome for us, but also an outcome for the whole of the Dunedin city. My concern as a business person about the train is that when I look at that model, you've got 42 kilometres of railway that was built in 1870, that runs through a river gorge, and your income is 1, maybe 2 tourist trains a day. When I look at that as a business person, there's no way that income is ever going to match the expenditure. So the council and the community and the ratepayers need to make a decision. Are we going to prop this up forever? And is there a benefit of doing that? Or can we get better use from that infrastructure for something that might give Dunedin a far better return? But all we're asking for is the two scenarios be laid down next to each other and consideration given to those. I'm not sure in this environment that the ratepayers will stomach the 20, the 25, the $30 million required to put that railway back to where it was 30 years ago. I might be completely wrong. The ratepayers might be deliriously happy to do that. I'm not sure that that's the case. And I think there are, we need to look to see if there is a better alternative.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. 2 questions. The first one is on Riccarton Road and the heavy traffic bypass. Maybe with the exception of Councillor Benson-Pope, and actually Councillor Ackland might have been on the end of that. There's nobody in this room that was here back in 2003. I don't know if you were or not. my impression was that, in fact, that one of the reasons it didn't go forward was resistance to the traffic being moved to Riccarton Road by the residents of Riccarton Road. And obviously we've had 20 years passed since then, and I go down Gordon Road about every other day because I'm out at Invermay. I assume that it's pretty clear that the community's position on that might very well change quite strongly now. So I know you're calling it, the council's constantly putting in the hard basket. Would you like it to be raised sufficiently that by the time of the next 10-year plan next year, there is budget sitting in there for actively looking at a heavy traffic bypass for Mosgiel?
That's exactly what we're asking for. I think there's 41 houses on Riccarton Road. A lot of those are well set back off the road. There are nearly 400 residents of Gordon Road, 4 motels, 3 pedestrian crossings, 41 retail businesses. I spoke to a hairdresser who said she has to stop cutting hair when the trucks go past because you can't be expected to cut a nice straight mullet when the shop is shaking. The impact that it has on our whole township is immeasurable. I met with at a rest home recently with old people who are too scared to park there and get out of their car because they think they're going to get their door wiped off. That's not the heart of a rural town.
I have noticed that mullets are coming back. So we could be looking obviously then for the community board support in that activity then going forward.
Absolutely. The community board is determined to hold a public meeting in this year, in the upcoming year, to get it so that we can give the council a very clear picture of what the community want. We understand, if I could borrow a term from Councillor Bensapope, that there are some invested loudmouths who, but I can't believe, I don't want to believe that a handful of people can scuttle the good of the whole community.
My other question was on the Tyree Gorge Railway. I noticed you said that as a community board you represent obviously one end of the railway, and Strath-Tyree has called for the train to be maintained and go all the way to Middlemarch. So would you acknowledge then there are two competing statements out there?
Absolutely, although I don't understand their position because I think Middlemarch probably stands to gain as much or more as Outram and Mosgiel from it being a cycle trail. But I do understand that there is, and look, I understand the historic nature of the train and the romance and the sentimentality around the train, but I do hold a view that the ratepayers need to be fully informed of the true costs so that as a community we can make a balanced decision on where that goes. The rail infrastructure is not lost. I look at the Otago Central Rail Trail and you look at the sheds at Wedderburn, you look at the viaducts, the tunnels, they would have actually all been lost without the cycle trail. So it's simply a matter of that train. Remember, we're advocating for the train to be retained and used on the main trunk line. So we're not saying the train goes, we're saying the train goes to Oamaru or the train goes, to the Bluff Oyster Festival or those sorts of things. The accounts are there. The train in this season is grossing $100,000 a month and costing $200,000 a month to run. If I went to any board of directors in this country and said, I want $25 million to continue running an operation that's losing $100,000 a month, I'm not quite sure that the shareholders are going to vote for that.
It's funny enough, that's exactly what we faced when Dunedin City Holdings Limited wanted to use that math to shut it down. Do you know that the Otago Central Rail Trail did ask for assistance in developing an economic plan and was given assistance and then has not delivered that plan to us to assess?
I have heard that, and it's our intention to advocate for that to be. I don't know why that is. That predates my time. I don't know why that study. I believe a fair bit of the work was done.
I think some of that study found that the viaducts were too dangerous to put bikes on, and that the specialists that helped with that study said, I wouldn't put a rail trail here. I'd put it across there on the other side of the thing. So I too think it would be quite interesting to get that full report, so it will be quite interesting to compare them.
I think it would be fair to say that we've had sufficient commercial expressions from people that would fund that. So that's certainly something that we'll be working towards.
It would include the $20 million to decommission the line to put the rail trail on top of it.
I certainly don't know what those costs are. What I do know is that if it was 20 million to convert it to a rail trail, you've done it once and you've done it then. I think the other thing is a rail trail, as we've seen throughout the country, the cost would not necessarily just fall to the city. So the Conservation Department did the Otago Central Rail Trail. You know, I know Waikouaiti are interested in these things. There's probably plenty of other funding options. As a railway, it's on us.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Barker, do you have a question? No, we're done. Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you for your submission. And we had a little bit of extra time because there's obviously plenty of questions to go there. Thank you. Next we have Mr. Peter Miller and Mr. Stuart Strawn from the Archives and Records Association of New Zealand. Thank you. You have, I think you've been here before, so you know the rules.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I'm Peter Miller. This is Stuart Strawn from the Archives and Records Association. We've been here a long time. We've been here 7 years talking about the same issues to do with the storage of the council's archives. In our submission last year, we were very optimistic. We said, assuming all goes well, is our keen desire to see by the end of this current financial year, this long overdue upgrade to the council's archives accommodation is brought to fruition, and the council can finally say it has a good facility, one which meets the chief archivist's requirements for storage of its archives and is also appropriate for staff and researchers. And our committee, after 6 years of submissions, will have achieved its goal. We said that because we were informed by council staff that they were seriously looking at moving the archives to the upper basement of the City Library. And this could be done fairly expeditiously. No further funding was required in annual budget rounds. They had enough to do it. But unfortunately, in February this year, we received bombshell news at a meeting with council staff that the upper basement was no longer being considered, mainly for reasons of finance and budget. It was going to be very expensive, something like the order of between $1 and $2 million. So that was an absolute bombshell to us, and it got worse in that we were informed that they were now looking at seeing whether they could upgrade the existing basement. I don't know how many of you have ever been into the basement and seen where the archives are, but we thought we had convinced certainly the previous council that it was not a suitable place to store the taonga of the council, for various reasons anyway. But unfortunately, the work is still being done to investigate whether it is possible to make that basement better and to meet the Chief Archivist's requirements. They're not guidelines, there's an actual instruction to local authorities, so you have to meet it. And the Chief Archivist has shown an interest in this matter. But unfortunately, the investigations are still going on, so we're unable to say whether that basement could ever be made suitable. We have grave doubts about its suitability, and certainly it's not a very nice place for staff to work or for researchers to go and use the archives, unfortunately. I'll hand over now to Stuart Strawn, who talk a bit about the question of the basements issues that we have. Thank you, Stuart.
Good afternoon. Am I coming across okay?
No, you have to push the button. Start the microphone. Yep.
This one here?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
Much better.
Thank you. Well, when originally the archives were stored in a sort of a magnificent old-fashioned Victorian strong room in the basement of the old town hall. But that didn't last, and when the new civic centre was constructed in I think the 1980s, I think, a place was found with them, almost as an afterthought, I feel, in the basement of the new civic centre. It was a very sort of scrappy place, and in fact it was really a classic misplacement of archives. It should never have happened in the first place, and it not meeting any recognisable standard that I can understand. So we're sort of really faced with a bit of a conundrum here. The upper basement is looking to be unsuitable for various reasons. It's got a fire exit which leads into it. There's the question of what do you do with the stuff that's there already, and then there are issues around the the piping and things like that. So if it's upgraded to meet standards, then the whole of the building gets involved. So I think the staff of the your staff, perhaps in slight desperation, have looked again at making where the stuff is now, making it good. And it looks like a bit of an exercise in making a silk purse out of a sow's ear, if I can put it like that. It's difficult of access, and this is really a bit of a worry for what's the premier collection of archives relating to the civic history of this city, and it's a bit of a route march. It's not sort of continuously staffed, so it looks to be arrangements by appointment. But then when you look at the storage area itself, there are issues with pipes in the area, and the risk of flooding from above. I don't know if this building has base isolation in case of an earthquake, but I'm assuming it was a bit too early for that to have happened. So that if there was any earthquake, then the pipes would fracture, and no matter what you do, there's no resisting the strength of an earthquake very easily, and the archives would certainly be at risk in their current position. You can do various things to do it. I mean, you can put in flexible joints with piping for Kubota and things like that. I think this is a lot of work being done in Japan in this area, so that the piping is resistant in case of an earthquake. You can try putting in sills. You can put in maybe a sump and then a generator to pump stuff out, because in an earthquake you're going to probably be without power. But in fact, the sad story is that in fact it's the one irreplaceable collection in the building of any asset that if it's gone, and you could do nothing about it if it's gone. And it is in fact in the worst currently it is in the worst condition of any heritage collection in Dunedin, and I'm talking about Hocken, Toitu, the University Library, and other place, and the Archives, New Zealand Archives, and George Street. So really, for a collection of relating to a city of Dunedin's historical eminence, going back, I think, to about 1858, I think the earliest records are, it's really a very sad state. And we, as an association, are a bit of a loss about this whole thing. Maybe, just maybe, it can be made into a silk purse when you get all the engineers' reports in and something done, but we have our doubts about this. It could be difficult and expensive to safeguard it. Maybe we should still continuing looking elsewhere, but we've had missed opportunities here in the past. We didn't look at doing a joint archive with the Otago Regional Council. It could have gone in with Toitu when that was rebuilt, perhaps, but that never happened. So maybe there are other opportunities which can also be investigated. Maybe when the Sports Hall of Fame goes, maybe that could be an option to house the collection more safely. but that won't be cheap either, I imagine. It's a historical building on its own account. So we are waiting very anxiously the outcome of the engineers' reports just to see how that area might be made safe. And until we can receive absolute assurances that it is going to meet the standard, then I think we'll just have to hold back on endorsing that outcome. The instructions from the Chief Archivist are rather generally framed, and I just really hope that I know the Council is determined to meet them, but it needs to do so in good faith and not too loosely interpret them in a way that really doesn't improve matters at all. So that's our pitch, so to speak. I wish we could be more definite and more optimistic, but it's the best we can do at the moment. Thank you
very much. Thank you. That was great. Thank you for your submission. We have a question from Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks very much for your submission, and I can attest to the value. When we were looking at the one-way system, I asked the question, why was it built in the first place? And the head of transport could find the 1967 council report that it underpinned why they designed the one-way system in the first place. So it can have even more than just historical interest. It can directly impact on the current workings of the council. So my question is, are we really facing a cost no matter what? And should we be looking at it from that perspective? In other words, that the outcome is essential.
Well, I think you start.
Oh, every time we turn our mic on, we turn yours off.
Yes, indeed. I mean, the benefit of this cost, it's not just for a current generation, it's intergenerational for all time. And in a way, I don't know how council organises its finances, but maybe they have ways of organising money so that, in fact, the burden of preserving the archives is spread across the generations, so to speak, rather than just sort of trying to get the have the cost incurred all at once.
Can I just add, it's not just to do with historical research, as Councillor O'Malley said, but the archives are indispensable for the production of limbs and investigation of hail sites, current business, or retaining walls, massive retaining walls when they come to require work doing on them. So the council's archives are meeting current needs of the council. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to finish off with, what if we don't meet the Chief Archivist's requirements? Does the Chief Archivist have enough teeth to do anything to us if we don't?
That would be a very serious situation. I'm not aware it's ever been done to a local authority, and it would be hugely embarrassing if the Chief Archivist had to actually issue a directive. They can remove the archives from the council. They could also issue a direction that you have to meet those requirements, but to my knowledge this has never been done. So it would be hugely embarrassing, and probably on page 1 of the ODT.
Lots of things. Okay, thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Peter Miller and Mr Strawn. I sense your frustration. So it's not just the basement housing and the potential for flooding, but terrible work conditions also for the archivists if it was to be a basement storage facility?
And yes, it's never good for people to work in those conditions, and it's not very nice for people wanting to use them as well. And that's another issue. Is really the difficulty of access to those collections, which is sort of by appointment, and then you have to find your way through really quite a tortuous route through the basement through to the archives.
So, in a perfect world, somewhere like the museum, the Sports Hall of Fame facility might be a better option.
It could be. I would hate to say that it is until it's properly looked at and investigated. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Hulan.
Sorry you've had to come back and say this again, because after your last presentation I was so worried about it. I thought I actually raised it with one of our ELT and I said what is happening with this, and they'd said about the 4th floor of the library, so I was happy and I didn't realise it had changed. So I'm surprised to hear your presentation, to read the submission, so hopefully we can get something done. Thank you, and that's not really a question.
Correct. Thank you very much for your presentation, gentlemen. Thank you. That will be all. Alrighty. Now we have Mr. Mike Collins from Business South, who's been very patient. Thank you.
Righty, kia ora, thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to the submission. My name is Mike Collins, the Chief Executive of Business South. So for those who don't know, we're a non-for-profit, membership-based organisation, and looking around the room here, it's great to have the support of the councillors, a lot of events and things we've had of late, so thanks for your ongoing support. So we support businesses across Otago and into Southland, and we work in partnership with the Wanaka, Queenstown and Southland Chambers. So a lot of the input for the submissions come from across the region, but we've tried to pull back what is relative to Dunedin in terms of the submission. I'll take the submission as read rather than going through all the specifics, because there's quite a lot of topics in there. I think it's fair to say, I guess the message that comes across today is that the business community really want to be a part of the solution going forward for Dunedin, and that's really exciting. So we're getting a lot of feedback from businesses that they want to have input into the future of Dunedin as it's going to be into the future. So looking at the long-term plan, Business South have been working with businesses around how can we actually build the concept of a manifesto into that future planning in partnership with economic development and your colleagues. So there's a lot of interest out there, and we have been working with a lot of interested groups and have started the manifesto work. It's very much a solution-based document, so we'll identify, and I can go through in a minute some of the areas in the manifesto, but there are some key areas that we really want to grow throughout Dunedin, and the document's written in quite a solutions-focused way. So it identifies the opportunity, but what are the solutions we can have from that? The intention is that in June we'll be releasing a 10-point plan that's built with the business community around how do we support Dunedin in terms of attracting and retaining businesses across the city. So we're going to take the manifesto, some of the solutions from that, put a bit of a blueprint together of what a plan looks like, and then come back to the council through economic development and partnership to see how we can work on that together as a partnership concept. So we're really trying to take a bit of a proactive approach. We've read all the documents, the planning documents, what exists, but we see the manifesto as a bit of a way forward to work in partnership with the city, which is really exciting. It's fair to say there's a really mixed bag out there in terms of the business community. So there's some businesses doing really, really well, and there's some businesses really, really struggling. And people ask me all the time, how's it going? And it's a really difficult question to answer depending on which segment or sector you're in. But there's a couple of consistent themes that come through from the business community. One is that there's a bit of a perception that small business isn't considered in a policy decision. Now that's a perception, whether it is or not, is you've got to find the facts beyond that. But I guess it is just a bit of a shout out and a reminder that as we make decisions or policy decisions going forward, we just cast that lens across in terms of what could the implications be for a small business. And have that consideration. One of the surveys we put out just showed that kind of three out of 5 businesses at a national or local level felt that their small business wasn't being considered in decision making. So it's just how we manage that perception going forward. And I'm sure that those considerations are made, but it's how we communicate and work with the businesses on that. And the last area I just wanted to cover off was the opportunity around the large investment in infrastructure going on in Dunedin, and it's super exciting. Lots of businesses are able to leverage that opportunity, but I guess the question that we're working with businesses at the moment around is actually how can we maintain and retain the businesses that we attract to Dunedin for the future. So they're not just here for a part of those infrastructure projects, but how do we sustain them so they can see the benefits of being in Dunedin for the future, and we actually grow those opportunities while we've got them here at the moment. Some have kind of described it as the old gold rush in the 1800s from an infrastructure perspective. I quite like that analogy because that did do a lot for the region, and I think we do need to leverage those opportunities. So I'm probably right on the 5-minute button, and I'm really happy to take any questions, but I guess the headline and the takeaway really is, as I said at the beginning, that businesses are really keen to be part of the solution going forward. In partnership, we do have a good, strong relationship with economic development and the team here in Dunedin, which is great, as we do with other local body authorities. So I think it's quite exciting times ahead. Kia ora.
Thank you very much. So we have questions, firstly from Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I ask the university, obviously in the situation they're in, what concerns do you have around that for the businesses in our city, and is there anything that Business South is doing to maybe try and help that? Or would you like to join the bus?
I think I just cut you off. I'm learning the button sequence. I'll remember that. It's a really good question. So we've been talking to some of the recruitment companies around town, and they have been coming together and working out some strategies to work with the university. There's still a lot of unknowns within that process, but the biggest focus at the moment is how do we retain those people in the region? So can we redeploy them to other industries? Are their skills transferable to other sectors? And having those conversations proactively with the university to make sure we can try and work alongside them in that space. It is really concerning in terms of the impact it has on not just the individuals but their families. So we do know that a lot of services around mental health services the access for those services is going through the roof at the moment, particularly with businesses that are struggling. So we're trying to work with different business communities, be that recruiters, around how can we work proactively with the university on that one. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you, and nice to see you without a beer in your hand, Mike. A question for I've got a couple of questions, and I'm going to limit myself to two so that others can have a go. First one is in section 2C. You say that Business South is wanting to collaborate with council to streamline recruitment, put wraparound services, etc., in place, and you use the buddy system in Otago as an example. Can you speak to what sort of things you envisage here, what you'd like to see in place here?
Yeah, so that came about through a conversation with some businesses down in Invercargill, and we had a similar one last night with some conversations in Oamaru. It's just a wraparound service, so as someone's employed into the city, they have a coordinator that approaches them and understands what their needs are. So they learn about what are their community needs, what are their interests they're in. They look at the whole 360 of the family situation in terms of schooling, and it's really like a buddy system to make sure they're integrated into the community well. And it came about, it was actually funded, it was co-funded by the government for a kind of a pilot down in Southland, and my understanding is, I think, don't quote me on this, but I think the licensing trust might be assisting them into the future, but the pilot was really successful, and they were able to measure how many people they retained in the city as a result of that, because they were finding that people were getting a job, say at the hospital, and then they couldn't find a job for their partner or integrate into the society well, so they left after 3 months. So I think it just sounded like a sensible solution to really retain people. And I just learnt last night, like I said, that Oamaru have got a similar kind of a coordinator that helps integrate people into that community as well. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you. And my second question is around the international partnerships that you reference in point G. Is that, because prior to that you're talking specifically about Shanghai and sister city and stuff, so are the international relationships you're referring to simply the sister city ones? And part B to that question is, do you see, are you finding value in all of the sister city relationships?
I think it's beyond the sister city relationships, but the sister city relationships are extremely important. I put that one in specifically because the Chamber, prior to the merger of Business South, had a relationship and a MOU with Shanghai. So it's about renewing that because it's extremely important from a relationships perspective. But if I reflect back to the earlier points about the manifesto and about how do we create an amazing destination in Dunedin, then I think that's where we look at those international relationships as well, around who's doing that extremely well, and start to model off those things. But from a business community perspective, international relationships are crucial. So where we can actually lean on those relationships from a city perspective and strengthen them up, it definitely benefits business. If you think about the destination management planning that's going on, which will be great to resolve and come out the end with, destination management isn't just about tourism like we've talked about. It's about lots of other opportunities around attracting people to the region, and business is one of those. So I think if we can get that kind of lens through that destination management planning as well, then that would be a great thing to see as a result, which links back to that internationalisation. Yeah.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mike. On page 7, Appendix 1, you talk about the cost increases to business, such as minimum wage, sick leave, etc., public holiday, Matariki, and emissions trading. So my question is, are you aware of any businesses that look beyond the pure cost and factor in the accrued benefits, particularly to workers' well-being, whānau's well-being, and obviously positive environmental impact? So is that a factor beyond the pure cost?
It's definitely a factor. I guess this Business South is a shareholder of Business New Zealand, so these have been straight uplifted from the Business New Zealand network. So it's a lens, which is the fiscal lens, but the social, the employer doing the right thing is certainly a lens. We don't have a lot of statistics around that, or other than we know there are some really good employers and employers that really just focus on that dollar figure. The reality is it's tough. There's a lot of costs in doing business at the moment, and I guess that's the point we're just trying to make in that. I think the businesses, certainly today, to be a really strong employer, you've got to focus on your culture and your well-being of your people. So the talent market is really tough out there. It's great to see some of the immigration numbers increasing from an international perspective, but if a business isn't balancing off that cost increase with doing the right thing around their employers, they won't survive anyway. So I guess that would be my message there. The reason for putting it into the pack is really just to acknowledge that it's that compounding cost. If you sit down as a small business and think about how do I remain viable, it's a pretty scary proposition at the moment. Yeah.
But awareness is there that being a good employer and retaining staff is actually ultimately a cost.
Yeah, absolutely. They can see the costs in not having people in the recruitment process and et cetera, and just finding the talent. I should have probably made that a lot more explicit. Yeah.
Thank you. Deputy Member Harker.
When I look at all of your points, your themes and your actions, they pretty much relate back to the economic development strategy. So how urgent do you think it is to get a new economic development strategy?
Look, I think I said in there, getting the plan, and I talked about the destination management plan, is crucial. And look, we're really optimistic about the future for Dunedin, and we, like I've said, we do feel a part of the process today, because we are. And to answer your question, it's really important that we get it done and dusted. But more importantly, it's that we have the fellowship behind the economic development strategy. So we could pitch a fantastic strategy, but unless we get the fellowship and the people understanding and believing in that strategy, we're going to be no better off. So that's where the change management and how we actually communicate and have people involved in that. And it's a balance between engagement and pace, I guess, which is always going to be a challenge. But we do know a lot. We've got a lot of smart people around we can call on. And like I said in the paper, we're willing to help to pull together different interest groups to help do some of the heavy lifting, and not in just the design of the economic development strategy or the long-term plan, but actually how it's implemented. So I think that's where you get the fellowship from. And then we also move a bit of the ownership around the city as well. Yeah, but to answer your question, yeah, it's vitally important. Yeah.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. Grow Dunedin partnerships may be changing, and if that was the case, have you got any feedback on what you think could be improved with that, and how that model could maybe change or work better?
Yeah, look, I'm a member of the Greater Dunedin Partnership, which is great, so I'm familiar with how it works today. And the intent is fantastic around the Greater Dunedin Partnership and around enabling the strategy. But I think Greater Dunedin Partnership is just a vehicle. It's more of a governance entity to ensure that we're achieving KPIs and the right stakeholders involved. I think it's probably going back a step and just saying, you know, what is the aspiration for Dunedin? Not right back to Groundhog Day, but actually making sure that everyone understands and believes in what that is. And then are the projects within the Greater Dunedin Partnership the ones that we want to be really investing in for the future? And there are some fantastic initiatives in there, and I think we are backing the right horses in a lot of those initiatives. But what else can we put in there to complement that maybe we don't have there today that will be a game changer in terms of really putting us on the map? So I'm not fully, Sandy and I yet to have a bit of a catch up just around the new fabric and how things are going to be interlaced with the structures of how the council's going to operate, etc. And that'll be great to get some insight to. But I guess from my perspective, it's just about keeping the transparency going in whichever model it is, keeping the engagement going, and actually getting where I'm coming from, the business sector, involved in actually bringing it to life. Because we have a lot of stakeholders around the Greater Dunedin Partnership that we check in a lot, but who's doing the heavy lifting beyond that? It comes down to one or two individuals all the time, but we need to really create more momentum behind it, which is around the whole social movement for change, really. Yeah.
Thank you. And
Perhaps
Councillor.
you'd say it's working quite well.
Yeah. And
Yes.
that's not a question.
Everything's always got room for improvement. I think in terms of the reporting and stuff through Greater Dunedin Partnership, it serves its purpose and stuff. But I don't have any other options in front of me at the moment. So like I said, when Sandy and I get a bit of an update and through John, then we can have a conversation around what those other options might be.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Mike. It's back to that point before with the buddy system, but I'm really getting on the immigration side of it now. Dunedin doesn't have an immigration office. Would you be willing to get in behind with us to actually push the government to actually get us one? Because frankly, we've got far too many people from overseas who are not getting the support they need in the city.
The answer is yes, we would be. And we tried lobbying for that probably 12 months ago. So we'd be fully behind the support for that. Without going into a whole lot of detail, the answer is yes. Yeah, because from a business's perspective, they've got a few things to get their heads around. One is actually how do you become a accredited employer, and the process for that. And we've had a really good workshop on it last week, but the process is getting a bit simpler for a business to become accredited, and then it's actually how do you orientate and nurture those people in as immigrants. The lack of an immigration office in the city is certainly a challenge for us, and I think we're kind of getting kudo other offices set up to serve that purpose in the absence of having one. The challenge would be around where we actually find the staff for that, and how do we run it. But I think we should certainly be advocating for something locally, given the amount of work that's about to stifle up in Dunedin with our infrastructure projects.
Wonderful. Thanks, Mr Collins.
Not a problem.
Most excellent, and thank you for your presentation.
That's okay. Thanks for your time. Kia ora.
Cheers. And one last presentation. So, from the Dunedin Tracks Network Trust, I think we have two. Yeah. Ms Snyders and Mr Day, welcome, and Mr Coffey.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors. I was sitting back there thinking there's a whole lot of things that Michael just said that I'd love to see happen and love to make some comments about, but that's not my job today. But it was really inspiring to hear somebody talking positively about the city and things that we could actually do together to actually make a difference. And so I'm here today as the chairman of the Dunedin Tracks and Trails Trust. We presented the last two council meetings in which we gave a vision around having a network of tracks and trails around Dunedin and the lying area. I'm going to go through the actual presentation because there are so many pieces of it that relate to programs and policies, and talk a wee bit about the process. In the front of the presentation, you'll see there's a picture of 6 bikes, or 7 bikes, if you'd like to count them all, on the back of somebody's good Subaru. I imagine it is, not selling Subarus, but which just highlights, in fact, if you look around Dunedin from the perspective of where people actually use bikes or go and do their recreation, 9 times out of 10 what they do is they have to put them on the back of their car and head off somewhere to go and ride their bike, whether that's down to your very good round the harbour cycleway, which is great, or hopefully out to some of the hinterland to participate in a more track-based activities. But basically they have to take a car. And part of the reason they have to take a car is because of the lack of infrastructure that we have in the city to encourage people to leave the car at home and take a bike or a trike, or in some people disabled type vehicles, whatever it might happen to be, but in a safe environment. And that's basically what we're about. So the City Council 2022 progress, what we might joke, there has been some very positive moves made over the last 2 years. I think when I took on the task of chair of this trust, I had absolutely no idea about the degree of work that was required and the infrastructural interface activities that go on to achieve just one little cycleway. Well, one footpath with a cycleway on it. Whatever you like to think, it's not actually easy, and I now have a better grasp of that, and I'm sure Paul on my side helps me with that process of learning a little bit more about it. We're great that the City Council has been involved with the Tunnels Trust and the expenditure, and that activity is going on, which is really great. The second one we want to talk about is the recreation plan, recreational tracks plan, which you've endorsed back in December. Another really great piece of activity, which we're very pleased to endorse and work with. Thirdly, the future development strategy work that's been done with the ORC and DCC, the work that's going on at the moment with the various consultation processes, looking at what the future of Dunedin might be, and again we think tracks and trails, very major aspect to that. So just to reiterate, our goal is to develop and promote a shared vision for a worldwide class of networkly, publicly accessible tracks. So that's what we're trying to do, and you can think in your own mind about what accessibility means, but we're keen, in fact, to help in that regard. Looking specifically at the plan in here, and just to go through a few of the items that are in there, which are quite germane to us in general, we want to develop an MOU with the Dunedin City, with the Dunedin Tracks Network Trust, and in association with the Conservation Department. That MOU is partly written, which is very good. Continue to review the prioritise upgrading signage around the tracks network. We don't have a lot of signage in the city. We've had some upgrades around Ross Creek, but in general speaking, there's not a lot of track notices in the city for people to review and know where they're going. We want to have an upgrade program, and we want to work with the city around having an upgrading program with regards to the existing tracks. And I think there's 300 or 400 actual tracks in Dunedin. So there's a large number of tracks at various stages of repair and use. So we also want to develop with the city a tracks management strategy, a tracks marketing strategy, which would encourage those people in the city to actually go and walk on tracks, know where they are, know what the standards of the tracks are, and actually think it's a good thing to get out. I nearly thought from the basement of the archives to actually get out into the hinterland and our tracks, and there's lots of them very close to the city, and I'm sure a lot of people don't know they even exist. We want the city to carry out a user study of those recreational tracks so that you actually have some indication of what the use actually is, and you might be surprised.
and then obviously develop an investment strategy around how we maintain those tracks. The Dunedin Tracks Network Trust requests the councillors ensure that adequate...
I'll just draw your attention to the clock, Mr David, that's all right.
I have my time, Mr Mayor.
Yeah. I'm reasonably flexible on the time, but I'm just drawing your attention to the clock. But
okay, so what we're asking for, just in general terms, then, is around that the Tracks and Trails activity, we believe, only has a budget of $50,000, and that requires both money and human resources to implement that plan. So we're encouraging councillors to support this plan, both with money and with human resources. Just to talk then very quickly about the bigger picture, and up on the screen in front of you is a map of the region, which is also in the submission, which you've heard various presentations, I think, over the day and yesterday with regards to the bigger picture, which is connecting Dunedin with the infrastructure around nationally based tracks and trails, and we're becoming part of the national scene. Our trust has been involved through the Lotteries Board with 2 feasibilities, which Emily would have spoken about to you this morning, being the Waikouaiti to Waitati activity, and Colin would have spoken, I think, also with regards to the Taieri Plains. We have been involved with that activity, and I'm very pleased to see the site of reports that are being prepared are substantive, well costed, and give us a very good blueprint for going forward. I suppose, in summary, because I'm running out of time.
You're out of time.
Okay, well, basically our summary is at the end of the pitch, but I suppose that the biggest thing that we're probably looking at is to ensure that the things we've mentioned are taken care of, the $50,000 not being enough for the tracks in town. We support the strategy work that is being proposed by the City Council at the moment, and that we have support for both the Taieri and the North Waitati Waikouaiti programs and the Tunnels Trust. And finally, we would recommend that Council seriously look at doing a feasibility for the track to Middlemarch from Outram, whether that be in consultation with the train, but we believe that there is an opportunity for a track to be put in to support the benefits of the city economically with regards to connecting us to the National Cycleway. I've used my time. I'm available for questions.
That's great. Are there any questions, Deputy Mayor Barker?
Just saw you waving some plans around, and I just wonder if we could please have copies of those. That's my first question. And I just wonder if you've got an idea of how much it costs per kilometre to build a cycle trail. I found a price of $500,000 per kilometre for the Lake Dunstan Trail, so I just wondered if there's any rule of thumb around some of those trails.
There isn't really a definitive answer to that. If it's, for example, going along the top of the stop banks will be far cheaper, but then you hit a river, you've got to cross that, 100-metre swing bridge really adds to your cost. So it's quite difficult to say, basically. Sorry, we can't give you that. If you went up the Taieri Gorge, again, very difficult country, so that would be quite expensive as well. So it just varies, sorry.
So there is no rule of thumb around that we could put an idea in our heads of any of that? Or is that why we have to get so many feasibility studies? I just wonder if you're aware that for 2 years the feasibility study for the through the Taieri Gorge has been sitting there, but I'm not quite sure what's happened to it.
I'm not familiar with the whereabouts of the feasibility of the trail up to Middlemarch, but the feasibilities that we're undertaking for the Taieri and for the East Coast community, part of that feasibility study is an estimated costings of the trail. So we could rudimentarily work out the kilometres that trail is and give you an average cost. But like Paul said, it does vary on each trail, so that's why you need those feasibility studies.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, and I'm sorry you guys are last of the day, it's always hard. Colin Brown was here earlier and he deferred some of my questions to you. Very, very nice of him. And I think one of them is sitting there. I asked the Mosgiel Waihola feasibility study. I think that's it. What are the indicative costs in there? I'd be really interested to know. I asked him that question. He said you know.
My understanding from the read I had last week is the Mosgiel to Outram was 5.3 million, and that does include a very large bridge, swing bridge. Then the second phase that we want to do is going from Waipori River to actually Waihola, and that's roughly 3.9 million. And then the third phase, we'd do it as in 3 phases, is the gap in between, and that's 5.3. Now, misled you. The first one's actually 3.9 as well, sorry. It's 14k and 3.9 million. And the other one is 3.9 million at 9k, 3.9 at 9 million, because I think there's a couple of bridges in that one.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Hey, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that 3.9 was what was quoted this morning. And then I asked about that bridge, because I think the bridge down at the stadium cost almost 2. So anyway, the point I was really going to get is you've actually almost answered it. The East Coast Trail, as you've got it written there, is the current proposals are just to join Waitati with Warrington and Karatane with Waikouaiti as components of what then would be a trail that we put together again later. Are you open to those kind of ideas, that we build the sections that can be built that would have the highest use first and then fill it in between?
Oh, absolutely. Best thing in the world is to get people motivated with regards to the process, and if it gives the first lot of people the opportunity to commute, then it's definitely by part is the way to do it, as opposed to doing the whole thing. And we do have plans for connecting them already in mind, but not quite there yet. I think each feasibility does provide us, our trust, with confidence in the ability to actually proceed on the funding side of it, and looking at those parties and those stakeholders that will be involved in the process of funding it.
Very good. That appears to be the end of questions, in which case we're all done, and thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Thank you. And before us councillors pack up, the Chief has a few things to discuss with us. So if we just hold fire for a minute yet. So